are live. Last week's session saw the party making their way up the mountainside, up Ice Spire Peak, to the hold at the top where the White Dragon has recently made its lair. On their way up, the Wandslinger Callan from Falky's Dragon Slayers followed the party up the trail, confronting them and meeting a cold end. Um, uh, as the party subdued permanently the Wandslinger in the middle of an avalanche caused by the dragon from high above. Surviving the avalanche, they made their way to the top, resting for a night in a shallow cave near the remains of Kern's village. A brief encounter with a kobold in the middle of the night. Uh, Morning came without much incident, and we ended the session with the party exploring what they could reach within Icespire Hold and looking to prepare for the dragon's eventual arrival. Not really knowing when that's going to be. And so, as we begin this week's session, we have some decisions to make. As we've made a short list of activities the party can engage in to prepare, and I'll just read those off. They found a broken ballista and have since found the equipment to repair it. That will take 2 hours, 2 people, a total of 2 hours to complete with the right skill checks. Linalia mentioned she wanted to parlay with the kobolds. That would take an hour, during which she would be unavailable to assist with anything else. 3 magic items were found buried within the thick ice that coats the innards of the room on the top floor of the keep. A ring of the ram, a +2 scimitar, and a stone of good luck. And just for brevity's sake, I'm just going to tell you what they are, assuming that I think Louis cast detect magic, and without getting too far into it, like the items are close enough to the surface of the ice that you guys could figure out what they are roughly based on their appearance. So you could free 1 magic item from the Dragon's Ice. It would take a total of an hour per item. Attuning, of course, takes each person per item 1 hour. And then the party had talked about blocking the crypt door or breaking the mechanism that allows the doors to be opened from the inside. It would take 1 person an hour. Additional hours and people will further hamper the kobold's ability to reach the surface. So if you wanted to do more than just break the mechanism, stack up furniture in the hallway, brick it over, that sort of thing. The opportunity stands open if you want to. So, I guess we can start by asking anybody: is there anything else that you might want to do as you prepare? I will be rolling to determine when the dragon returns each hour.
There's nothing additional that I'd like to do other than what I said last week.
Okay. Anyone else?
I don't have anything else.
Did we ever talk about what would be the backup plan if we can't, I don't know, handle it?
Nope.
Oh. Like, in case we need to, I don't know, run?
That would be what we would do, is run, I would imagine.
Okay.
All group together and hold on to that teleport stone and leave.
Okay, yes.
Well, I think the dragon cannot get us inside of the keep. We
Not easily. I'm sure it could smash walls down.
to some extent, we, but there are other places that it would not be able to get. So if we need a quick retreat, we could do that.
Yes, down into the crypts where the dragon can't go. Also, I cannot teleport us out of here.
Hmm.
What are you worried about? There is no reason for a backup plan.
Agreed.
Okay.
Kern says, we holed up in here for a while when the dragon drove us here from the village. The walls are really thick. So is the ceiling. So he couldn't make it in. He smashed the wall over there where he was able to get through in places, but the inner walls are really thick. So the only thing we have to really worry about is running out of food and, you know, eventually getting out. But he did get into the hallway a little bit and make it pretty cold in a couple of the rooms. So we might want to pick a spot to fall back to if things get rough.
I guess Kern would have the best suggestion.
He kind of wanders around and he eventually says, "Well, assuming you do still want to, you know, block off the path downstairs. I don't know, maybe the pantry or the armory would be the best spot." And I just realized I have you guys on the wrong map. Yeah, there you go. And he points out, you know, like this room here or this room here. You know, given that there's no chimney and they're far enough from hallways where the dragon might be able to like tear through the outer wall and, you know, breathe cold down the hallway. You know, this one would maybe be the furthest away from anything, although it is, you know, a pretty tight space. You could certainly get away from it in there. So, having looked at the magic items, does anybody want to try and retrieve one or more of them, specifically for use? You know, either to take as a parting gift if you run away, or specifically to use against the dragon.
I think that this stuff is useful and we should get it, but I do not know. There is nothing that I think that we should do necessarily before we fight the dragon.
I agree.
For me, if anyone says otherwise.
There's nothing there that I would deem more important than getting the other things done.
There's nothing there that I would want.
Nora would only know because Louis did his mind bending trick, right?
Oui.
He detected magic.
Yeah, so we know what the items are. We can't get at them easily.
Yeah, it would take you 1 hour to free one item, and the number of people helping doesn't really change it. It's under thick ice. You'd have to chip through the ice or melt your way through it. It is almost supernaturally cold.
Yeah, I'd then no on Noro's side too for now.
That's something we can think about, should we all survive.
Yeah, and the last thing we want is for the dragon to come back and we are sitting there picking away at its lair.
Precisely.
Right.
All right, so who is doing what in hour 1?
I am headed downstairs to the grits.
All right. What else? Got a few other people who can do some stuff.
I was gonna repair ballista with Rogar, I think.
Okay.
Rogar's gonna work on stuff.
Yeah, we'll put our skills together.
Lunalia, are you going to parley or are you going to block the crypto?
She wouldn't have told you about going to parlay. I think the last thing that she mentioned was that she's going to look for a point in which to barricade, because we don't know how far down. Like, does it narrow? Is there a better place to sort of cause a cave in, etc., etc.?
So you tell them enough so that they didn't block you in there, so they knew where you went, but not exactly
Yes.
what you were going there for.
Yeah.
Got it.
I mean, and she is looking to see if there's a better place to sort of, cause a landslide or whatever to prevent anything from coming through. But her primary objective is to speak to the kobolds.
Would you like us? Would you like me to come with you to block these doors, or do you have it?
Let me go down and have a look, and if you don't hear from me in the next 20 minutes, then by all means, come on down.
All right. So, Lunalia, you descend the steps. Let me just move you to the crypt map here. And give me just a second. I'm just adding some kobolds to the map for you to talk to. Yeah, talk. Yeah, that's what we're doing. We're talking.
Hope they've got neck protection. You never know what she'll do to them.
Uh-huh. Okay, and let's just add you to the map here. Journal, and there you are. You descend the steps. The old, time-weathered stone surrounding you. It's a little claustrophobic in here. You descend into a 15 by 15 room with an arched ceiling that, despite it rising a good 15 feet up over your head, feels a little too small for comfort. Iron doors sit at the south, the east, and the west on the three walls opposite the entry. I think last week you checked one for traps, or you checked to see if it was locked, and I told you it was not.
Mm-hmm.
And Kern would have told you the old escape tunnel that they found filled with kobolds was the door to the left, this way. So what are you doing?
I think we ended off last session with her listening at the door for sounds.
And you'd heard something faint.
Yeah, so she would have made her way in.
Okay. You slowly test the door to make sure it doesn't make too much noise, and you open it as quietly as you can. Sneaking through, are you going to make a stealth check, or are you just walking in?
She's just walking in.
Okay. Let me...
She's listening more than she's looking.
Is there any do we have any background audio going or?
Yep.
Oh, we do. Let me just turn it up a little bit.
Yep.
Nah, it's just very quiet. That's why.
It's just ambient, that's why.
Yeah. Go ahead and make one more perception check. Very good. You become aware of what sounds like hushed voices. You don't speak Draconic, do you?
No.
You hear hushed voices from down around the way, right about where the two kobolds on the map are, and then you see a small head pop out from around the corner, about 3.5 feet up. A kobold peeks around the corner in your direction and looks about, but doesn't see anything. You hear more chittering.
Yeah, so she's going to crouch down and poke her head around the corner. And just in a quiet voice, so as not to spook them, she'll just say, "Hello, little ones."
You see two heads pop around the corner now, and the point of a spear in the darkness. One of them sneaks forward a little bit.
Are you the one that I spoke to earlier?
No? Who are you?
I spoke to one of your kind, earlier this morning. Perhaps he has not made it back to your den yet.
He turns around and chatters something at the other one, and you hear clawed feet ticking off into the distance. He takes another hesitant couple steps your direction, the spear pointed menacingly at you.
There's no need for that. I'm not a threat.
The Great One would not appreciate you being in his home. Get out.
That is exactly why I've come to speak to you. About the dragon up above. I sent a message with one of your kin. Hopefully he's brought it to your leader.
He looks nervously over his shoulder and looks at you again. The spear tip drops a bit as he looks over his shoulder and snaps back up when he focuses on you.
Wait.
You wait. 5 minutes, 10 minutes goes by. You hear again the tick of claws on stone. Now as kobolds fill the tunnel behind this one. 3 more. There's some chittering between them, and then...
Come with us. Vraz wishes to speak with you.
He drops the spear tip a little bit and then waves it to his side like he wants you to go ahead of him.
How far is it?
He looks over his shoulder and looks back at you.
Not far. Come.
He smiles a little toothy grin.
I will come, but I have to warn you, if I'm not back in the next 15 or so minutes, my friends may come looking for me.
He just nods and points behind him with his spear again.
Okay, well, she'll come out from behind the corner and stand up her full height.
They take a couple steps back as you stand up to your full height. Yeah, what do you do?
She'll follow 10 feet behind them.
They stand there, waiting for you to go ahead of them, and sort of press against the sides of the cavern, and make a hole for you to walk through between them.
There's no traps between here and there, is there?
The little kobold just nods and grins wider.
Don't worry, we'll tell you where they're at.
She'll just let out a sigh and do as they ask.
As you walk through the pack of kobolds, they attempt to wrest your weapon, your staff, away from you and grab your hands. I'm going to ask you to roll, if you resist, an athletics or acrobatics check against 3 of the 4 of them.
No, you can't have that, little one. It's very important to me.
Clearly they can't have that.
They strong.
This so. My God.
They're weak as fuck, but those are some really bad dice rolls.
We need those for later.
She'll give them. She'll pull out her belt knife that she uses for, cutting when she's eating and stuff, and hand that to them. Here we go.
Like, you still have to roll against them, right?
Well, yeah,
I mean, I do.
like you have what? You have your staff of healing, and then your spear.
It's all in
And,
one piece, though.
What
She'll hand them her sling
do you
and her
mean
bag of
it's-
rocks.
What do you mean it's all in one piece?
The spear and the staff. It's a spear-tipped staff.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, she'll hand over her small pouch of pebbles and her sling and her belt knife.
Make a persuasion check as you hand over your other weapons.
Oh, I'm terrible at those.
I know you are. Just like I'm terrible at strength checks.
Ooh, that was almost a 1. No, I need this staff. It's very important to me.
As the others snatch up the belongings that you offer, the initial kobold you were speaking to takes a couple of steps forward, points his spear at you menacingly, and just stands there with the spear pointed at you.
You're not going to let me pass further if I don't hand this over?
Shakes his head.
It's too big for you to carry. How about I carry it for you? And she will attempt to stow it on her back.
Make another persuasion check.
Oh, Jesus. No, not as good.
That's a performance check. It's okay, they're the same thing, aren't they? Oh no, it's not. It's
No, they're not. Hang on. No, they would have been
are.
the same.
Yeah,
they're both
they're
minus
the
1.
same thing. Yep.
Even better.
I'll take the first one. I mean, it really doesn't matter what you're rolling. Like it matters that you're rolling against them. So even a low roll is fine as long as I roll lower. And they have a minus to every single stat except dexterity. So they're not very good at anything.
Wow.
The little kobold, you can see gears turning as he looks at you and looks at the staff. And then he just shrugs and he taps the floor with a clawed foot twice, and the others start moving. He stows his spear. Come. And they sort of walk. One of them goes out in front of you, and the other 3 follow behind you. And as you follow this little kobold, I mean, he's dwarfed by the 10-foot wide jagged cavern walls around you. Make a perception check as you're following him and deeper into their cavern. You become aware of irregularities in the tunnel walls, and a couple of times you see the kobold leading you wave a hand or tap his spear against the rock wall in a place. And just once you catch movement in just what you thought was a depression in the wall, you actually look and you see a kobold skitter back into a very, very narrow tunnel. And you realize this tunnel you're moving through has little holes carved into the walls with kobolds hiding in them. Possibly tunnels. A couple of them are deep enough, and they might have a bend around a corner, and the tunnel leads away out of sight. And a couple of them just look like they're not any deeper than about 3 or 4 feet deep. And not all of them are full either, but a few of them have kobolds hiding in them. The map is not to scale, at least in this section. I didn't draw a long, winding tunnel, but it is a long, winding tunnel.
Okay.
And when you get a little bit further along, you were led into past a couple narrow tunnels that look almost too small for you to fit through, at least without shifting into something smaller. And you begin to see the pale glow of firelight in the distance, and the air becomes thick with choking smoke. As the cavern that you're moving into doesn't appear to be very well ventilated. Just reveal a little bit of the map here as you move forward into this cavern. You pass a small room to one side, and you see a handful of kobolds in there, and a tunnel that leads further back. And eventually you come to this space. The kobolds lead you into a large chamber with several kobolds in it. Now in the light, because of course dark vision is colorless, now in the light you can see that they're all sort of a mottled, rusty red and brown color. A few of them have scant red stripes across some of their scales, and as you move into the larger space, you see what looks like a roughly carved stone throne at the far end of the room, on a bit of a raised platform, or perhaps the rest of the room's been dug deeper. 2 fire pits on either side of the room, with a few kobolds huddled around them for warmth, and very, very simple bedding strewn about the floor. I don't have anything other than like pack roll beds on this map, but imagine it's very, very meager sort of piles of rags and collected debris that they've made sort of little nests out of. You see at least 3 very, very narrow hallways leading away. Just little tunnels, no more than a couple feet across, 2 to 3 feet across, that these kobolds can likely climb through pretty easily, but you would have a tough time fitting. Sitting on the throne is a kobold with a pair of wings on his back that at first they look natural, but as you get closer you can see that they're cobbled together out of leather stretched over a framework of sticks that are banded together with twine and rope. He's sort of made himself a pair of makeshift wings. And he has a small metal staff leaned up against the side of the throne, just a very, very simple metal rod. He sits atop the throne, staring down at you from maybe a foot higher than your eye line, given the steps up to the throne. The other kobolds crowd around you as they bring you into the room, and the one you initially spoke to takes a couple steps forward, taps the butt of his spear on the ground twice, and clears his throat and speaks a few words of Draconic to the one sitting on the throne. Here in the light, looking about this room, you realize it would be very hard for you to tell which one of these kobolds was the one you spoke to last night. They don't all look the same. There are differences in the patterns of colors and shades of their scales, but without spending more time with them, it would be very hard to tell one apart from the other, except for the winged one, and you do see one other in the room who has sort of a comically large shield and a spear, and he is better armored than the rest. He's wearing actually, let's see, what is he wearing? He's wearing a mishmash of cobbled together belts and strips of leather that are crudely riveted together in places. There are some tarnished buckles, maybe a few more than he should have on him. It looks like he's collected a bunch of dead men's belts and sort of strung them together into with some scraps of leather into a suit of armor. And he's got a little leather cap on. The kobold sitting on the throne just peers at you over his snout, chin up in the air, waiting expectantly.
Ah, you must be Vraz.
You've heard of me.
Yes, your kin have mentioned your name.
Which of my kin?
Well, the ones that met me in the tunnel, and the one that I spoke to above this morning.
Tell me, Tall One. What are you and your friends doing in the home of our great lord who lives above?
We've come on behalf of a town down the way some ways who's being threatened by this dragon. So we've come to see what we can do about it.
And why do you come to us?
I have just come to ask you to stay hidden, stay out of the way, despite what you may hear coming from above.
What do you intend to do?
We intend to prevent the dragon from further attacking or troubling the towns above and beyond.
He kind of cocks his head to one side and his eyes narrow, the light glittering off the yellow orbs.
You intend to kill the dragon?
If it comes to it.
There is a sort of a hushed silence that follows the room, that settles over the room, followed by a few of the kobolds whispering to each other. You feel tension in the room as they sort of shuffle around, a few of them clutching their weapons tighter. But Vraz seems to be unfazed. He just nods.
Would this benefit you if the dragon was gone?
Do you know what the dragon means to us?
Not specifically.
It is a god. It is greatness. He is everything we wish to be. The closest to divinity our kind will ever see. And you wish to fight him? I wish you luck. You will only find his jaws and the cold that lurks beneath them.
Be that as it may, we do have to try. Will you come to his aid if he calls?
A grin spreads across his face, little teeth sticking out of his mouth, poking through his lips at odd angles.
I haven't entirely decided to let you go yet. I might take you to him as an offering. What do you think of that?
And the two kobolds flanking him take an ominous step forward.
I think you could definitely try. But wouldn't it be better if he were gone and you were to be the lord of this domain?
Make a persuasion
has-
check.
He has many treasures up above, as I'm sure you know. Persuasion.
He smiles and nods.
Yes.
Oh, fuck.
Many of those treasures we brought to him.
Wouldn't it be better if you could do as you saw fit rather than his bidding? You wouldn't have to stay down here in the tunnels. You could move above.
The tunnels are warm. The tunnels are dark. This is our home. The tunnels are fine.
As he says these words, he continues staring at you. And then his eyes flick to one side.
Trusk! Clear the room. I would speak with her in private.
The kobold with the oversized shield and cobbled together leather armor snaps to attention, and then turns and sort of unceremoniously begins to shoo the other kobolds out of the way. A few of them fall back into the small tunnels that flank the room. The ones around you, he sort of pushes past you through the hallway behind you and out of sight. You hear their claws skittering off into the distance. And you are left in this hauntingly empty room, the firelight flickering low on both sides, casting odd shadows of the diminutive Draconid on the wall behind him. He reaches a long clawed finger out and beckons you forward.
Closer.
She'll move forward.
Closer.
You ascend the steps so that he has to stand up on the throne to look eye to eye with you.
She'll crouch down so that she's eye level with him.
As you do, he stands up to his full height and puffs out his chest, looking down at you.
Do you and your friends really think you can kill the White One?
I believe we have a good chance.
The others wouldn't understand. But
He taps his forehead with one long claw.
I'm smarter than they are. We don't need the White. It is not a god, it's a beast. I've watched it eat more of my kin than orcs. I would be done with it. Were I able to take it on myself, but I cannot. Alas, my powers are weak.
He raises a hand, and a small puff of flame emits from his palm. Flickers, dances in the air a bit, and then he grasps his clawed hand around it and puffs out.
But growing.
So you won't be opposed should we take this dragon down.
He breathes in a deep breath and sighs slowly.
I rule only because I am their elder, and I have some tricks.
He waggles his long fingers.
The others... No, I wouldn't stop them. I can't stop them. Tresk is a devout follower of the White. I wouldn't be able to stop him. But maybe I can slow them down. Just enough to give you a chance.
All I ask is that none of your kind interfere. We will have our hands full with the dragon. It would be a shame if you were to appear on the battlefield and either involve yourself or put yourself in danger that we would need to divert attention from the dragon.
He looks around the room nervously, and you do hear faint skitters in the tunnels, not far away. And his voice gets real low again.
I have an idea.
Can you draw it for me?
He looks around a little bit again, and he looks at you and smiles, and there's just a menacing look in his eyes.
It will require you becoming my prisoner. You would have to trust me.
He grins.
Trust is a very tall ask.
It's all I have. Just this one idea.
Explain to me your idea.
Why, I defeat you and take you as my prisoner. Deliver you to the dragon. It is,
He looks around.
your only escape. Now that the others have heard your plan, they would kill you before you left these tunnels. But if I lead you out, bound, to face our master above, they would let you go.
There is only one problem with this plan. My friends are unaware of it. As we speak, one, possibly more of them, are on their way down looking for me. Some of my friends can be less understanding than I am.
Well, that's up to you to convince them.
I
So how long
suffice
has
in
it
this
been at this
instance.
point?
Oh, it's got to have been 20 minutes.
Yeah.
So I think after 20 minutes, I mean, I would have, knowing Lunalia, I would have given it 30, actually. She said 20 minutes. Would have given her, I figure she can handle herself. So let me know if it's been 30 minutes.
Okay. Vraz just taps his pointed little claws together, waiting for your answer.
Depending on which one of my friends comes in search of me, will determine whether or not I can sell this idea. And she'll comically put her hand up, conspiratorially to little Vraz. Some of my friends are not as intelligent as you.
He nods knowingly, with his intelligence of 10.
But she knows specifically that she told Louis, come looking after 20 minutes. So she's hoping that that's who's going to show up.
He he looks at you, and there is a shift in his eyes, a shimmer of arcane energy that culminates in little pinpoints of light that flash, and I need you to make a wisdom save. Geez, well, that beats his DC of 12.
Nice.
His eyes narrow and he shakes his head. This will be harder than I thought.
That won't work on me, small one, and this trust that you ask is wearing thin.
He begins to clack his claws together in one hand, and sparks of flame begin to burst in the air around his hand. I have to make this look convincing. I'm sorry. Fall, and do not get up until you're bound. And he goes to point a finger at you.
She will fall dramatically.
Before you get a chance to fall dramatically, he casts Scorching Ray. I just need to see if I can... I don't know if I can make it appear here. There we go. Roll. Nope, I need to actually roll the... Come on. Well, I guess there's no easy way to do that. Yeah. Wow. Okay. There we go. Make a ranged spell attack for each ray. This is a pain in the ass. Alright, we're gonna make 3 rolls here, an 8, a 20, and a 14. How many of those 3 hit?
I think 2 of them. Let me double check. Nope. 1.
He quickly, as the sparks of fire begin to pop and fizzle around his hand as he clacks his little claws together faster and faster, he turns his hand around, palm facing you, and 3 rays of fire shoot out. 1 streaks past you on the left, 1 on the right, and 1 hits you smack dab in the chest. There's a small burst of flame. You take 9 points of fire damage.
Okay.
And as the light from it fades, you can see there's a look on his face like he's expecting you to act hurt, to fall down to something.
Yeah. I rolled a 15 for my performance.
Oh, cool. Okay. Well, then I can... let's see. Is anybody even smart enough to insight check you? That's a -1. That's a 2. Yeah. As the sound of this firebolt and the subsequent explosion echoes throughout the chamber, and the smell of singed cloth and flesh wafts through the air. You see kobolds start slowly, quickly at first, and they stop, they halt, and slowly move past the fire, chittering at Varaz, and he speaks back to them as the kobolds sort of fill the space around you. He shouts some commands, and if you remain laying on the ground, a couple of kobolds will come up to you and sort of roll you over and bind your hands behind your back.
Yep.
Tresk comes in, the armored kobold comes in with the others, and him and Vraz speak back and forth, and I'm just going to make some dice rolls here. Let's see. Let's do a deception, and let's do an insight. There's a tense moment, and you can feel the tension in the air as the other kobolds sort of withdraw to the sides of the room, as these two, the zealot and the crafty leader, speak back and forth to each other in a language you can't comprehend. Vraz eventually hops down. A little rush of wind from his fake wings buffets you, and he kicks you unceremoniously in the side, and says, "Get up, prisoner."
She's gonna squint her eyes a little bit at him and get up.
You see that he's looking around the room, standing as tall as he possibly could, with beaming with pride at his capture. And he begins to lead you forward. As he does, Tresk joins him, and the two kobolds, with two more following behind, slowly escort you out of the cavern. I guess with you ahead of them.
I would say it's probably been 30 minutes.
Yep. So, Louis, it's been about half an hour or so, a little longer than you'd expect for her little scouting mission down below. What are you doing?
So I know that Rogar and Nora were working on the ballista. Monsieur Oiseau, are you up to any task at all?
No, I'm just hanging out on the roof, looking around.
So I'd go. I would go find the bird, and I'm going to go look for Lunalia. She said that she would be gone for like 20 minutes and then to come find her, but it has been almost 30. Would you like to come with me or no?
If I go, it's probably going to result in some kobolds dying.
Oh, I do not mind.
Let's go then.
Tackled. So I guess Scribble and I will head down toward. I mean, we know where she went into the crypts, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you certainly do. So I will throw you guys on the map here. I'm assuming you've got Pierre with you.
But of course,
La Bibliothèque.
No, he's just a Libra.
Oh no, he's the whole damn library.
no, this is the library, and I pull the wagon out of the bag.
Ah,
It's the bag and wagon.
bag and wagon.
All right. Meanwhile, Noro and Rogar, can I get you guys to? Let's see. Noro has blacksmithing, and Rogar has training in martial weapons and carpentry. That's enough to give you guys advantage. I need you to make each a athletics check, representing your hour of work repairing the ballista, restringing it, and resetting the tension on the rope, as well as making small repairs to the firing mechanism on it.
Okay.
At the end of the first hour, the ballista is back to functional.
Nice.
You could even try with. I think I said there were 5 bolts. You could try making a test shot with it to make sure it works, or you could trust it. Your rolls are high enough for you to be pretty confident that it works. But again, I doubt either of you have actually ever fired one of these things before. So I'll leave it up to you.
Yeah, Rogar will go get a bolt, just to feel safe, because as far as he's aware, no one in the group has ever fired a ballista.
And Kern, who has been up with you guys the whole time, but standing watch and very carefully scanning the horizon. Let's just make a perception check for Buddy Kern. That is solid. Looking for any sign of this dragon's approach. Once you guys get the ballista to a point where you think you're in good shape, he walks you through loading it and firing it, because he does have a little bit of experience with it, but really kind of only like when he was younger, hanging around watching the others fiddle around with it. It's really not something they really ever used. So he gives you a couple pointers, but a test shot would certainly be helpful. We'll cut back to you guys in a bit. Pierre Scribble, Louis and Scribble, as you descend the steps, you see this same chamber that Lunalia was previously in. A 15-foot square, cobbled stone walls and floor, arched ceiling. A door ahead, a door to your right, and a door to your left. And I'm gonna guess she left the door to the left ajar, but
Yes.
Okay, so one door is ajar here. Also, she's no longer La Prone.
I don't remember if I casted Mage Armor this morning or not, but I didn't have a spell slot checked off for it, so I'm casting Mage Armor as I head down the stairs.
Okay.
And I'll do the same with my staff.
I feel like you guys did right before you walked in the front door, but
I think so.
But if you
I
don't,
think that's possible. Yeah, and I was messing with things because it didn't look like it like recharged some of the charges for my stuff, like my cloak for the dimension door, like hadn't reset, and so I was pressing long breaths. So that must have been it. But anyway, yeah, I'll just head down, and then we see which door was left slightly open.
Yeah, you see the door ajar, and assume she went that direction. It's pitch black in here except for the light emanating from the book. As it seems to be beyond that door as well.
Okay, move up to that door, and I guess I'll make a perception check.
Sure, go for it. Yeah, the kobolds aren't really being quiet at all. Lunalia, you would see Pierre's glow, the glow of the light that radiates from him, light the hall ahead of you. And you hear the kobolds start chattering amongst themselves and ready their weapons.
So she would say quite loudly, Oh, I certainly hope that my friends do not encounter you as you lead me up towards the dragon as a tribute.
Mhm.
Okay. The two kobolds in the lead just look at each other. Louis and Scribble, you guys hear her very loudly and awkwardly saying this.
What has she done?
I would feel so bad if they were to ruin the plans that you have laid by interfering with what you are doing.
It sounds like she is doing that thing that she does. Well, she is saying things that are not the things that she has meaning to say. I do not know what is going on, but do you want to kill them? What do you think?
Doesn't sound like we have a choice.
Can she hear them?
Making a couple rolls here. Well, yeah, are you guys, like, you can hear her saying this? Are you trying to be quiet, or are you just talking at normal volume?
I'd be talking at like a slightly hushed voice.
I would return whatever volume he's at.
Okay, well, that means perception checks here. Oh, it's really bad. God, they really do have. They have a negative modifier to literally everything. Lunalia, you see Tresk, the little dragon shield kobold. He hears something. You see him cock his head to one side, and then he shouts at the two kobolds behind them, and one of them goes skittering down the tunnel out of sight. As he does that, Vraz casts a spell.
Yeah, she will make one last comment and say, I hope they don't get involved. It was stupid of me to get captured so easily. It is better for them to just flee and leave me behind.
Bolt down the hallway.
So, did you say that one of them cast a spell?
Yeah, I'm doing some math here. Give me a second. Oof. Um, as as uh, as Tresk shouts at the other kobold and he goes running off down the hallway, ostensibly to fetch more of them. He turns to Vraz, and Vraz has his little hand held up right in his face. He blasts him point blank range with the same spell he hit you with. The little kobold takes the fire to the face. There's a brilliant burst of light. Louis and Scribble, you hear a fiery explosion from down the hall. As Tresk slumps back against the wall, injured but still alive. Barely. What do you guys do?
How well bound am I?
Your hands are bound behind your back, pretty well.
Okay.
Because he didn't do it himself, right? He had a couple of the other kobolds do it. Actually, you know what? Let's see how well they're bound. Let's roll a survival check. They don't have survival, so it would just be that and fuck me. -1. You give the bindings a strong tug, and they're loose. Actually, you find you can sort of wiggle your wrists back and forth, and the ropes loosen a bit. As an action, you can break free. They just make you make an athletics check against it. And I suppose we should also roll initiative.
Yeah, she's gonna
Yeah.
sigh and slip her bonds.
As soon as we hear an attack, I would head around the corner with guns blazing.
All right, go ahead and don't forget to click on your dudes when you roll, but go ahead and
Whoops.
roll them.
Where did it go?
Huh? Where did what go?
Like the turn order went away.
Yeah,
Did it?
it's
Yeah,
back
like it
now.
was up there and then it cleared.
That's weird. I'm looking at it on my screen and on the stream. Here, let me close it, reopen it.
It doesn't have scribbles, though.
Scribble rolled an 18 though.
But you guys see it now, right?
Yeah, no, like what I meant was like the rolls that we had on there like went away.
Oh, sorry. I was yeah. I can't tell whose initiative is on this map and who's on other maps. So
Oh, okay.
my turn order, the master turn order, is everybody from every map. And so I've got copies of you guys on every single map we've ever made, and so last week's initiative is still up. So I was in the process of deleting it while you guys were rolling it. So, what did you get? You had an 18, right?
Yeah, since we can edit them now, it's not an issue.
Yeah, and we'll just let me just roll my dudes. Roll in my dudes. Dex +2, Dex +2. Yeah, they all have +2. These little guys, I hope my dragon has better rolls than these guys, because wow.
I hope he doesn't.
Does
Really?
your
'Cause
dragon
it
have
won't be a very fun fight otherwise.
any negative modifiers?
There we
Mhm.
go. And
Right.
let's sort this by that and put that at the top, and yeah, there we go. So this kobold went running off down the hallway. Scribble.
I will move down the hallway until I can see two of them. Is there any indication that we would know of what we heard from the explosion?
Sounded like a little fireball.
Like, but who cast it on who or anything like?
So you come around the corner. You see Lunalia. Her hands bound behind her back. She is in the process of breaking free from what look like poorly tied ropes around her wrists. There is a kobold with a pair of fake wings made of leather and sticks on his back. His hand is outstretched. There is smoke in the air, and you can see just the hint of little sparks of flame around his outstretched fingers. Another kobold with a comically oversized shield and smoldering leather armor, a spear on the ground next to him, is leaned back against the wall here, just smoke pouring off of him. You can see bits of his armor are still on fire. And there's another kobold next to him, unarmored, with just a simple, what does he have? A rusty dagger in one hand and not much else.
But I
That is-
don't know. I mean, would
It
I be
looks-
able to guess that like Tresk cast on the other one, or
Yeah, Vraz, you come around the corner just in time to get a pretty good idea that the kobold with the fake wings just blasted the other kobold point blank range with a spell.
okay? Then I will cast Chromatic Orb at the two in the back. Or can I see the other kobold?
Can we? He's just out of. You know what? Here, he's actually. It's actually.
It's technically from any point in your square to any point in his square.
Oh,
right?
is it? Okay, yeah. Then you can see him.
Okay.
Or any
Yeah.
point
Then.
in his square, I think.
He's actually. He's kind of. Yeah. Yeah. You can hit them both.
Okay. Then I will cast Chromatic Orb and twin it. I'll roll first, like left or right, so I'll go Tresk and then Cobalt.
Yeah, that's a hit. What type of that's cold damage?
Yeah.
One of the two orbs hurtles through the air, just missing Vraz. It hits Tresk square on in the chest and just freezes him solid to the wall. There's just a bit of a crack you can hear as the frost settles on the ground around him, and he is dead. Way dead. He had 4 hit points left.
Oh, what a shame.
And the other one. The other one also hits, and kobolds have 5 hit points. So yeah, the orb smashes into the kobold. There's a burst of bright light. Frost sprays against the walls, and the kobold, when the frost clears, the kobold is just frozen solid. He falls to the ground and cracks in half.
There's 2 of them.
Yeah, there's 2 of them. Anything else on your turn?
No, I'll just move a step back to
Your
clear the way for
prophetic
Louis to run
words
in.
have come true. If I go down there, there'll probably be some dead kobolds. Vraz takes a couple steps back. Lunalia, you can hear his teeth chattering, and he seems to ready a spell, but he holds his ground, and does nothing. He just looks up at you.
Cold won't work against it.
But he looks over his shoulder.
That was good. Very good.
It is your turn, and you, I don't know if did you roll athletics to break free from your bonds, or have you not done that yet?
I have not done that yet.
Yeah, just make an athletics check to break loose. Or acrobatics, I don't care, either one.
Well,
Ooh.
it makes a big difference. So
Well-
which is it?
Go ahead and roll acrobatics.
No, actually, it doesn't make a difference.
Oh. Well, then we'll keep the 3. And I'll say it takes you the rest of this turn to break loose.
Oh, I just assumed that you meant it takes 1 action and you're free. I didn't think there would be a roll because they were bound so loose.
Well, I was kind of looking for, something above a 5.
Okay, well, it doesn't matter. She's just going to move right up to Scribble and
Okay.
in the cross space where Louis is and say, okay, it's done. It's handled now. Apparently, my bad acting isn't nearly as good as I thought it was. Put your weapons down. And she'll
Louis-
say over her shoulder to Vraz, it's fine. Just stay there for a minute.
Vraz yells back,
It's not fine. There's more coming. When they see what's happened here, I won't be able to stop them. Take me with you.
he starts hesitantly stepping closer. I guess I can't because we're still in initiative, but Louis, it's your turn.
So you are telling me that everything is fine and we leave, or maybe we take one of these ridiculous kobolds with us and we kill the rest? What are you talking about?
We don't need to do any more killing. Let's just take the winged one and go. I had it handled.
Louis, when you come into sight,
I am in no way intimidating this guy. There's no way this guy would look at me and be more scared than he already is.
You're
You
you're
have a
not
magic book.
intimidating him, but
You're the same height.
No.
He's 2 inches.
a chromatic orb, ranged spell attack against the target. A bright green chromatic orb, similar to what you see in the Scribble cast, swirls through the air past you and splashes against the wall behind you. You hear the sizzle of acid as his held action goes off. His held cast goes off. You hear a hiss from his direction.
That came from
Vraz.
the Cobalt Wings. Are you sure I should have killed this thing?
Yes, I'm sure. Vraz, let's go.
He's coming with us. That
Well,
was the
Vraz,
question.
are you?
He takes a couple steps back. You can see that there's hatred in his eyes, and he's looking at Louis.
Uh-oh.
You said nothing about gnomes.
Oh.
Do I still have an action left at this point?
Yeah, sorry, I don't know where the hell I was in the order, but
There was just a lot of conversation. I don't know, for 6 seconds. I don't know if that was.
yeah, I don't know. Well, you asked, so you got it. What do you want to do? Here, let's put you there.
You can make a
No,
DC 16 Constitution save.
Oh yeah, I don't know if you can do that. Nope.
And he takes 7 damage. As just like a gut reaction, just a wave of my hand and a blast of cold shoots out at him.
It hits him, and it coats his his torso and one arm with frost. He sort of recoils and leans heavily against the wall. It certainly doesn't kill him, but it does seem to hurt him.
He is not coming with us.
Scribble.
He's not coming with us.
All right. Yeah, there's no save against that, right? It's just straight up 11 necrotic. Yeah, the spectral hand appears and grabs him around the throat as you see his diminutive form wither further as he takes 11 points of necrotic damage. He's still standing, but he is looking pretty hurt as he starts to back away. Anything else?
No. I'll just let him do whatever.
All right. He is going to cast a spell on his turn. He casts Expeditious Retreat and runs the fuck away. What does that do? That gives him dash action as a bonus action. Cool. So he moves at 60 feet. And that'll probably get him all the way. Well, actually, dash action is a bonus action, plus he dashes as his action. That's 90 feet. Yeah, back to there. Well, he runs around the corner. You hear a yelp, and he runs around the corner out of sight. Faster than you would expect him to run. So, the three of you and Pierre are left in here. There are shouts from far down the way, and you begin to hear the sounds of many little feet running. What do you guys do?
Are they running towards us or away from us?
Oh, it sounds like they're running towards you. Give me a second here. So he would have made it back. 6 seconds, 12 seconds, 18 seconds. I'm just going to make some measures here, and I will tell you how long you think you have before they round the corner. That'll maybe help you decide what you want to do.
I mean, I wouldn't know that time frame, right?
I'm just thinking like, yeah, and okay. You estimate that you've got 3 turns before they round the corner, and it sounds like there's a lot of them. You can hear shouting. If any of you speak Draconic, you could definitely, make out echoing down the hall. The mustering of troops. What do you guys do with your 3 rounds?
Lunalia's just going to say to the two of them, why could you not have just listened to me?
We did.
Don't give us that bleeding heart bullshit. That thing attacked me and says gnomes? You expect me to sit there and take it?
Those things have a tiny amount of hit points and are stupid.
What are
And
hit
so we
points?
take one with us into the belly of the beast?
I had it under control.
It did not seem under control to me. So do we just stay and kill them all now?
I think I can still talk us out of it if you guys will go back upstairs. Especially you, Louis. He'll never listen if he can see you.
So, but we bring him with us? You think he does not come out and try and attack us when we with the dragon?
We killed the one that was opposing him. I think he should be able to handle the rest of his clan now. He wouldn't need to come up.
When I walk out of here, I am closing this door for good.
Be my
You
guest.
come with.
We have a dragon to fight. Let's get upstairs and lock the door if we can.
Bar this door down here and the 2 at the top of the stairs. I will make my way out.
Why do you care so much for these stupid little things?
Why do you not care at all?
Because they want to kill. They attacked me for no reason.
You don't know his reason.
Oui, I do not know his reason. He just attacked me.
Maybe gnomes killed his whole family.
So why would we trust that they will not try to attack me when we are in fighting a dragon?
I don't think that's worth the genocide of his entire clan.
Cleveland, do we stay and fight these things or do we go?
We came here to fight a dragon, not a bunch of kobolds.
Alright, I will walk out to the side of the door.
That is a lot of cold.
They keep coming!
She's just gonna shout over her shoulder, "Bar this door!"
But I could have the coolest lightning bolt in history.
Murdering these things would be so fun.
Oh my god.
I
Linoleum-
close the door and I click the immovable rod on it.
Oh, snap. Okay. Okay.
What is this, a wooden door or a stone door? What
It
is
is
this
an
door made of?
iron door that opens inward. So you absolutely can do that.
And yeah, and I'll actually give it to Pierre, and he'll run up higher, like at the top of the door, so
Mhm.
that smaller creatures would have trouble accessing it.
Linoleum, make a perception check as they bar the door behind you. That's
Yeah,
good
it's a
enough.
potato.
You see a crack of light beneath the door. There's about an inch gap or so. Pierre's light bleeds through. As you hear the pitter patter of little clawed feet, the clickety clack of clawed feet, coming around the corner, you see wedged into the hallway, more kobolds than you can shake a stick at. Although they're all kind of in one direction, so you probably could still shake a stick at them. The crowd into the hallway, you can hear them pouring out of tunnels and hidey holes. Hang on a sec.
That's the ambulance coming to get me.
Yeah, Hopital. Sorry, yeah, loud siren going by. As these kobolds come pouring down the tunnel, the ones in the lead stop and look at their dead comrades, frozen solid, shattered, and then they see you and they skitter to a halt. You don't see Vraz anywhere among them, and they begin slowly moving forward as more of them fill the space behind them.
Does she remember the name of the one that they met upstairs?
I don't know if you got his name.
No, I'm sure he said it. I didn't write it down.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't write it down either. Or did I? No,
huh?
I
I don't know.
don't think I wrote it down.
So yeah, she'll just say to the ones in front, "Where is Vraz? He has wounds that need tending. I've sent the others away."
To make a persuasion check.
I'm so bad at these.
Unbelievable. I also rolled a 6. Well, actually, sorry. There's 2 in the lead here. That's worse. The 2 of them look at each other, and there's a brief dialogue in Draconic between the 2 of them. And then they turn, and one of them grins, and they start slowly moving towards you with their spears out. And if you plan on fighting like 25 kobolds, let's roll initiative.
She doesn't plan on fighting 25 kobolds. She'll just plead one more time for them to back down, produce Vraz so that she can help him. We can still resolve this. She'll
Okay,
take
then-
one step back, though.
Then I need you to roll initiative, because while you're talking, they attack.
Okay,
She's
she's gonna run away.
I don't know. I just got to figure out how many of them get to poke you with sticks before you get away. So you got a 5, and they got. Oh boy, can I get away with this?
D20s.
I tried selecting them all. That didn't work.
Did all 22 of them roll 1?
No, but the first 2 rolled a 22 and a 21. I'm only gonna do the first 2 because I mean they're not gonna be able to all squeeze into a space 5 feet wide in front of you. So yeah, they run up, and the first one attacks you. This is gonna say dagger, but it's a spear, but it's just a D4 because they're tiny. Nope. And he falls back, so you get an attack of opportunity against him if you'd like, and the other one takes his place. And he also tries to poke you with a stick, and that one hits for 6 points of piercing damage. And it is now your turn.
Yeah, no, she's just gonna sort of boot them away. And she will back up to the door, and she will wild shape.
Okay. One of them gets an attack of opportunity against you. Natural 20 for another 10 points of damage. And you step out of sight and wild shape into...
A spider. So that she can fit under the door.
Right. Just for fun, because I haven't done it in a million years, there's ye spider.
He's got a bubble on his head.
Does he?
Yeah, it's a water drop.
I don't really want to look that close. I don't like spiders.
Those kind of spiders will occasionally do that.
All right. You shrink down, morphing into the form of a spider, and skitter underneath the door. As you, behind you, hear the sound of many feet pattering towards the door, and thumps and thuds. The points of spears and daggers, slipping underneath the door behind you, and the sound of many small creatures battering against the iron door. The door itself rattling against the rod that's been placed in front of it. Well, I guess I can probably close the initiative tracker. Now what are y'all doing as you skitter under the door and to relative safety?
She would just head up the stairs.
As a spider?
Mhm.
Okay. Louie and Scribble.
We'd notice her probably, right?
I don't know. I mean, she's a spider.
I'm tiny.
Yeah. Good. If you're actively looking for something, you could. I'd say, or I don't know. What's your passive perceptions there?
My passive perception is a 13, and I mean, we would be, or at least I would be, listening to what is transpiring, and so I would have heard attacks, and then I would have heard them banging against that door. So, is the spider actively trying to be stealthy?
Nope.
Should I
Nope.
roll perception?
Yeah, you can make a perception check.
My passive is 17.
Scribble, you notice a spider come underneath the door. Simply just, you happen to be looking that way and you see it. And then immediately behind it, you see, the point of a spear, the tip of a dagger, angry things beyond the door, just, madly lashing out blindly at anything they can get to. Yeah, you see this little spider crawl out of the way and head towards the stairs.
Why do you always run off on your own?
She'll just throw two hands up at him.
You yell at everyone else when they do this, but then you run off and do it repeatedly by yourself.
Yeah, Lou, you don't have a lot of idea who he's talking to.
I'm looking like straight at it.
Oh, okay. Well, then yeah, you might follow his eye line and see a little spider making its way towards the stairs.
I'll just go and I want to go over here.
Mm-hmm.
and I want to search this room and see if I can find, are there any passageways that lead out of either this room or this room as well. I want to see. I mean, I would think that they would have another way to get out of here, and I want to try to stop that as much as possible.
All right. You can give me a investigation check as you search these spaces. Good.
25.
There looks like on the southern wall of the room you're currently in, there looks to be a spot in the wall that is where the stone is fresher than the rest of the structure. It is solid. You search it as best you can. There is no catch or lever or any sort of indication that it moves or swings out of the way like a secret passage. You put your shoulder into it, using your gauntlets, you give it a hefty push. Nothing, it's solid. It is perhaps a passageway that was bricked over at one point. But it
But
seems
nothing,
solid.
Nothing else out of the ordinary in the other room.
No, there doesn't seem to be any other tunnels or anywhere where someone could get in or out. The rest of this space is sealed. It's just the one wing where the kobold's tunnel is that is of interest.
And that wasn't budging when I was pushing against it with all my might.
Correct.
That new stonework.
Yeah, and it's not new, but it's compared to the rest of the place. It's like if this structure was 200 years old, it's 100 years old.
The patches.
The patch, yeah.
All right. So I'll come out here and just say, I think we are safe here, but there are likely other entrances to this cave network. Do we know where any of them might be?
We know you're the spider.
She's just going to continue talking in spider speak as she heads up the stairs, and because she doesn't realize that she's not understandable. And as she switches from spider to humanoid, here, and because I just don't trust you. Sorry, you didn't catch all of that. Entrances, I'm sure there's others on the outside of the mountain. I didn't see anything else when I was down here.
Let us go.
Is there like an actual bar on the door that we can get the immovable rod back and use it?
You're muted.
Sorry. There's no locking mechanism on the doors that can be used in any way.
Oh, okay. We'll go get the rod and kill the rest later.
Or, grab it and run. I mean, or maybe they find a way around the door. Who knows? You can't.
We'll
really
find out
guess at
soon.
the end.
I mean, yeah, I don't mind leaving that one there now. We can come back and get it later.
Yeah, I don't want to leave.
I
I don't.
More.
That's too handy a toy.
Let's get you guys back on the main map, and let's maybe throw Noro and Kern and Rogar up on the rooftop. And so, Rogar and Noro, with your 5 bolts and I don't recall how many, 3 javelins?
Yes.
You could try a test shot if you wanted to, or not.
Do we want to make a test shot and retrieve the bolt, or just say fuck it to the bolt?
Is there a way to turn the ballista? Like, could you fire it at something somewhere retrievable?
Isn't it gonna explode if it hits something?
You could fire it.
Like, if you
It's
fired it over here, would it not just hit the mountain wall and you could, climb down and get it?
yeah, its range is what 120 short range, 400 long range, right? So, depending on which way you shot it, you could try retrieving the bolt. There's no guarantee it'd be in working condition afterwards. I will leave that up to you.
I mean,
Okay, but you're shooting it into a building at that point, and there's a good chance it'll just break.
hmm.
It's hard to say. We'll find out.
I'd say we trust our work.
Yeah, don't fire it.
Yeah, because we risk it not being loaded, and he may show up. Like,
Yeah, I guess that's true. So we can load it now and then just leave it until he shows up.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the ballista takes 3 turns to load, arm, and fire, or 3 people. 3 people's turns in 1 round. So it's a 3-man operation.
Yeah, that's too much. If we can do it now and it's set, I think we can. Best if we go with it.
Yeah, okay, that sounds good.
Poker, is there a way to know, like, I didn't think about this until it was all over, but is there a way that those kobolds can summon the dragon? Or is just one of those things where since they see it as a god, it's there when it's there and it's not when it's not?
I mean, that would make sense if that were the case, right? They're little, not very intelligent, not very powerful, diminutive creatures that worship the thing as a demigod. It's highly unlikely that they have any sway over it. At best, they bring it things, and it doesn't eat them when they do that.
Okay.
All right, so at the end of the first hour, where the heck is? They're on the rooftop. Just making sure we got everybody. At the end of the first hour, the ballista is repaired, and you guys take the extra bit of time to load it. Are you securing your chains to anything? And if so, what and where? Because that will... I think you had a total of 100 feet of chain. If you're going to use the ballista to try and fire one of the harpoons with chain attached to it, you need to make a decision on how much chain you're going to have, and that's going to limit the range.
How far down is the door?
Like the cobblestone bridge?
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, so like right here. It is let's call it an even 20 feet down
Shit, okay.
from the rooftop to there. And similarly, the next rooftop over is 20 feet up. So it's same level as you.
Can't really think of a good place to pin down one of the chains.
Is there a way
Tied
to
around
attach it
Kern's
to that
waist.
hatch?
Yeah, I'm not gonna make it hard for you. You can find a place anywhere you want to anchor the chain. With the smithing supplies, there's some iron spikes and a hammer and some other things that you find in the smithy. You have the tools at your disposal to affix one end of the chain to the stone of the rooftop, to a parapet, to any solid stonework. Here, you could wrap one end of the chain around and pin it to itself. There's ways to do it. We don't have to get into details there. It's entirely possible with the tools at your disposal. So all you have to do is pick a spot to secure it, and that sets your range in a however many feet of chain. Like if you want to do 2 separate javelins, it's 50 feet of chain each. So, if you affix them, let's say here, then the ballista has a 50-foot range in a 50-foot radius in a circle around that point that it can hit. And anything outside of that point, the javelin would just reach the end of its chain and stop. So yeah, you would have to fix it a little bit closer than that, or you'd have to, pin the 2 lengths of chain together, which is as simple as grabbing a couple of those, iron pins and hammering them into rivets to link the chain back together. I wouldn't even
What do you
make the
think,
roll for that.
Naro? Do you think we should have 2 lengths of chain for potentially 2 shots, or 1 length of chain for an extended shot?
I honestly believe we only have a chance at 1 shot.
Okay.
So extra length of chain probably would. Only because of how long it takes to load and how much can happen in 3 turns.
Yeah.
That's a lot. Because I'm picturing teammates being down, then we have to make adjustments to somehow protect them or bring them back, or if he fully focuses on us, because it's not obviously dumb, it would know what we're trying to do. So I'm just thinking we have a one shot deal.
All right, let's do that then. Let's have 1 chain of 100 feet.
Or at least that's what runs through my mind.
We could attach it to one of the rooftops, either the one we're standing on or the one on the opposite end. Or we could attach it to, well, I don't really know how we'd be able to do it, but we could potentially wrap it in the middle of the bridge, so it's the bridge itself anchoring the chain. But then that leaves technically 80 feet of chain.
Yeah, it's going to take you 10, 20, about 30 feet of chain. It'd leave you 70 feet of chain if you tried to wrap it all the way around the bridge. It's 10 feet across, plus it's about 5 feet thick. So at the center. So you'd get 70 feet from the middle of the bridge, or 100 feet from, let's say here. Is there anything on that list that anybody else wanted to do, or is there anything else anybody else wants to do? The immovable rod is a sufficient, you think, a sufficient way to stop the kobolds for now. So that basically nixes the need to spend an hour trying to barricade the hallway or anything, or damage the mechanism that controls the secret doors from within.
So we don't know any other potential entrances that they could use into this area, correct?
Correct.
I thought we did a pretty good scan of the fortress, though, and there was no. I mean, we weren't specifically looking for kobold holes.
Yeah, you guys have spent some time in this place, and you certainly didn't find anything. Kern wouldn't have known of anything from his previous time here, and then You didn't seem to find anything new. Louis' ridiculously high investigation check in the basement is pretty concrete proof that there's nothing else, no other way in there. So, but if somebody wanted to, spend some time, and, make another couple of rolls, they could if they wanted to. Otherwise, if there's no other work the party wants to do, you can hunker down, find some, figure out what your strategy is, find some positions to take up, and wait.
The hidden stairway down. You said there's a wheel on the inside of the door, right?
On either side, yep, there is a large wood and iron, almost like a ship's wheel, that you turn, that winches some hidden mechanism that draws the wall aside. So you could spend an hour damaging or blocking that mechanism, or trying to actually just take the wheel off.
Yeah, that's what she will do. She'll try and, I don't know, warp the wood enough that it can't be turned from the inside.
Okay. Go ahead and just make a spell attack. I don't know if there's an easy way for you to do that. You could just roll a d20 and add your spell attack bonus to it manually.
Okay.
With an hour, you can do it. Just for flavor's sake, I'm curious to see how well you do at it. So that is.
So it's 13.
13? That's not bad.
Yeah.
It takes you the better part of an hour, but you manage to, you think, damage the mechanism enough that it won't.
Whoops.
What's whoops?
I didn't mean to click that.
Oh. You think you've done a good enough job on one of them. The thing you realize is that you're not sure if stopping it from moving is, so you do one of them. Let's say the one on the right. You're not sure that you can break this and not get stuck in here. Like, if you break it, you can't get out. And what you're describing, doing it, stopping it so it doesn't turn, will also, if you leave the door open while you're doing it, you won't be able to shut the door.
Right, so she'll work on one side while it's closed, and then she'll come out the other side, I guess, and try and barricade it.
Okay. So, like in the,
There is no other way that they will come up. It is only from that one door. That door is blocked. We don't need to destroy this door.
Right, so we can just barricade this one.
So there's a wardrobe and the remains of a broken bed and a few other things in the room that you could, with a little bit of help, stack up against it, and that would round out the hour. Okay. Let me make some dragon rolls.
So I think attaching the chain here, like on the, what are they called? The little rivet things on top of the roof.
The crenellations?
Yeah, the crenellations. Attaching it to one of those or something would be good. You also said that this or one of these doors is fucked. Like it can't be fully closed.
Which one? What are you talking about?
The one by the stables.
The one by the stables can't be fully closed. This one here?
No, I thought it was one
this
of
one.
these.
Sorry, I was clicking at the top map.
Yeah, the front doors on the place are badly damaged. And one of them actually, it sits partially off of its hinges, and is open a couple of feet.
The dragon has wings. I don't think we need to worry about doors.
No, but that anywhere where you see a double door on here is large enough where if it can get through the doors, it can get into the room beyond. Remember the last time you saw it, it was only a large creature. So it can make it through a 10-foot wide space and into one of those rooms.
Okay, roll your dragon rolls.
Mm-hmm.
While you're doing that, I'm gonna AFK for a quick minute.
Actually, I was going to ask if you guys are okay if we take a quick 5-minute break, because we'll be picking up with combat right after this. And the other thing is, be ready with wherever you think you'd want to be positioned, because after the second hour, you guys have got the ballista ready, and the few of you who went downstairs had an adventure down there and have since barricaded things off pretty well. You're kind of scraping bottom of the barrel for things to do to prepare, and this tension sets in of, waiting and wondering, and so you might even settle in to try and take a short rest here, but stay vigilant. Think about where you're going to be, when this thing returns. Are you going to hide, or are you going to be standing on the rooftop waiting for it? Or are you going to taunt it? What do you want to do? And I will be back in 5 minutes if that's okay.
See you in 5.
Yep.
Bye.
is it one action to aim and one action to fire, or is it ready and just one action will you can aim it and fire it?
It's a total of 3 actions. You know what? Let me just get the book.
I thought one of them was to load it, which is already loaded.
Yeah, I think it's load, aim, and fire, or yeah, I think it's load, aim, and fire. And so you can do it in one turn with 3 people, or you can do it in 3 turns with 1 person.
So if it's already loaded, it will take 2 actions for a bolt to come out of that, right?
No. If it's already loaded, it takes a total of 2 actions. Yeah, give me just a second. Let me find it here in the players the DM's guide.
Before it can be fired, it must be loaded and aimed. It takes 1 action to load the weapon, 1 action to aim it, and 1 action to fire it.
Yeah. Load, aim, and fire. So loading it knocks you down by 1 action, which means a 2-man crew can aim and fire it in the same round. The aiming part is, like muscling it around to point at your target, and then the firing part is activating the firing mechanism. So
I mean, to me, it makes sense to have the melee on it, just because ranged can still, hopefully, hit this thing if it's at range.
And so, just to be clear on the initiative part, if Rogar and Noro are both doing it, whoever has the first initiative would basically be holding their action to help with the, like you both act on the lower of the 2 initiatives for that turn.
But it makes sense to have one person roll the attack and the other roll the damage.
I mean, it doesn't really matter because the attack roll is a fixed roll, so it's not like you're using any. Yeah, I mean that's a fun way to do it. Sure.
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
I think it's a fixed plus 4.
Plus 6 to hit.
Plus 6 to hit. I'm having a hell of a time finding. There it is. Siege equipment,
255.
255. Yeah, I tried searching for it on D&D Beyond last week and it let me down, so I just went straight to the book. I should have.
Okay, so I have a dumb question then.
Uh-oh.
Would I be able to use a maneuver with it if I were to fire? All of my maneuvers say when you hit with a weapon attack. And the ballista is a ranged weapon attack.
Yeah, I'll allow it. Fuck it. And it doesn't it doesn't specify a weapon with which you're proficient either.
Right. It just says
not like it has to, given that fighters are proficient with literally everything in the book. But yeah, I feel like I looked this up a while ago. There's no real because siege weapons just have fixed bonuses to hit. There's no real sense of proficiency with them.
Mm-hmm. Obviously, if I was like a ranger, I wouldn't be able to use volley with a one-shot ballista to just obliterate everything in a 10-foot range.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, given that as long as it doesn't say melee weapon attack, right? As long as it's just weapon attack, sure, why not? That's
okay.
A fun thing. It's a fun thing to let a fighter do. It's not like fighters can do much else, right? So, gotta let you have your flavor.
Yeah, I have to have my dumb strategy.
Hey,
or strategery.
Dumb strategies sometimes work, and when they don't, sometimes they turn into other fun things. So yeah. The second hour goes by, finishing barricading the door. You all find a moment of pause, and you begin thinking about where you're gonna hunker down for this great lizard's eventual return. You hope, you think. Not sure where it went or why it hasn't. It certainly knew where you were yesterday when it dropped half a mountain on your heads and haven't seen it since then. Curran's still watching. We'll just do another perception check for this hour.
Lunalia's up on the roof, sort of. Just in the still covered part, and she's going to attempt a short rest.
Okay.
In this second hour, can I work on the stairs up to the roof were very slick? Is that correct?
Just the top like 3 or 4 steps.
Can I just work on the second hour? Can I just work on clearing those out? Just so that they're not as slippery, so they could be easier to go up and down in the middle of the battle?
That sounds like a great plan. Yeah.
What are the other avenues from which to get up and down between the roof and the rest of the ground level?
You could shimmy down the one chimney that does not have a fire lit below it.
The
That's it.
stairs. That's it, right?
Yeah, the stairs. I mean, if you wanted to get, let's say, from here, you could jump down to the ground. It's about 20 feet from here to the ground below, where the wall is torn open. That would also work. It's falling damage unless you've got a way to stop it.
I guess it's the same from here onto the bridge.
Yeah, you could hop down to the bridge 20 feet and then in through the door there. Yes. And as well as like, here or here, where the wall below is actually if you jump down here, let's see what's below. Yeah. I mean, anywhere you jump down, you can get back into the building. So those are your options. The chimney would be a place where you could, one of the smaller folk could jump into it and sort of wriggle their way down it.
How high is the
Is
chimney?
this area
How high is
The chimneys rise up about 4 to 5 feet from the ceiling. Sorry, from the rooftop. It's a bit
Is
of a
any
steep
of the
up, and then you just hop down it. Sorry, go ahead.
Is any of the area of the roof, that's really icy? Is it very slick? Is that like difficult terrain?
It is, and I think I put a note on the map here. It is a DC 10 acrobatics check to avoid falling prone, and it counts as difficult terrain. And if I remember correctly, the acrobatics check is only when you first set foot on it.
We've had fires going in 4 of those chimneys for a couple of hours now. Has the ice melted any distance around them?
It has indeed. Let's see if I can. Can I draw? Let's see if I can do this.
Good thing whoever that was knew how to put some nipples on these circles.
So they've melted, and actually that's not. Well, yeah.
And there's one going in the floor below too, but I mean, I assume that would take a long time to influence the actual layer of the dragon.
Yeah, the ice there is very thick, and it seems like almost supernaturally cold.
Well,
In
then this
fact,
is still interior for the most part too, isn't it?
yeah, it's there's a rooftop over it. Yes.
Right.
Yeah. So without me having to go back, because I think I have the image saved for this. I could go back and just erase some of the ice, but you don't want to wait for me to do that and re-upload it.
No, this is fine.
So yeah. So there you go.
That's
so
great.
Those
Yeah, that's pretty
areas
cool.
are not icy anymore.
Right, so that gives us good purchase for when we like get up the stairs. We have like this area here, like near where Lunalia is, that we can potentially stand and hang out. That is not going to be icy.
Right. Well, and I mean, difficult terrain sucks, right? You're moving it at half speed through it, so. Let me just bring up the official definition because it's been a while since we've used it. Difficult terrain. You move at half speed in difficult terrain. Moving 1 foot in difficult terrain costs 2 feet of speed, so you can cover only half the normal distance in a minute, an hour, or a day. And then ice. Obviously, you have to roll the DC 10 acrobatics every time you set foot on it. So when entering or leaving it. We'll say to keep it simple, like there's down the side here, there's a I'm just thinking, why don't I just do this? Let me just take the couple minutes to draw out
You don't have to draw it out. That's fine. This worked. This is great.
where the ice is. Like if I just really
And it's pretty clear where it is for now.
Okay.
Yeah, I wouldn't worry about it.
Something like that. There's basically like 5 feet around all the edges where it's not icy.
Mm.
And there you go. So, getting into that third hour, Lunalia, you try and take a short rest. And I have good and bad news. You do get your short rest, so you can spend hit dice as you need. At the end of the third hour, Kern perks up. Hey guys! Guys! I thought I saw something off that way.
Jesus.
What?
Well, I'm just rolling my hit dice and they're all terrible. One
Oof.
more. What the hell?
Well, get the bad rolls out now.
Yeah, no kidding.
What do I add to those?
They're already at it.
Nothing. The math's already done for you.
Oh, okay, the math's already done. Good.
Yeah, if you mouse over it, it'll actually show you they're a D8 plus 3. Yeah, so Kern's looking off sort of towards the southeast, and he waves at Noro and Rogar as he sort of ducks down a little bit behind the wall and gets close to it. Guys, I saw something in the air. Low down in the valley there. Moving fast. I think it's him.
Well, do we want to hide and wait for him to land, or do we open up strong?
Where are...
I say we open strong.
Yeah.
Let's see. Looks like are Louis and Scribble. Where are you guys at?
I thought I was at the top of the stairs.
Yeah, I'd be like on the roof, right at the top of the stairs.
Okay, so the stairs don't actually go all the way up to the rooftop. They open up into the room that the dragon has made its lair in, and all of this around the back of the stairs is solid wall. So the
So is there?
No, it's broken here.
like yeah. So just give me a second. You get to the top of the stairs and you exit them this way, and then if you want to get to the rooftop, you can go around this way and out through where the doors are knocked down, or you can right where Scribble is at. You could you could go out this way onto the rooftop as well.
How dare you manhandle Louis like that?
I mean, I could just delete it.
Oh no.
We
Yeah.
should use we should use Pierre as our bait.
Hell yeah.
Just because he would probably rage and there he is.
Pierre in the middle of the ice.
Yeah.
I like that. He'll float 15 feet up in the air. He'll like 20 feet up in the air.
How far away can Pierre get from you?
A couple hundred feet.
Okay.
All right. So with the book floating in the air, radiating light, as morning turns to noon, the sun high in the sky, wisps of high cloud cover rolling by quickly. A cold wind whips up, contrasting the bright sunlight, and you feel the bite of the icy air this high up. With Kern spotting something in the valley below, you all prepare yourself. The book floats up in the air, and you wait. Kern whispers over to Rogar and Noro as he moves closer to them. Hey, you guys want a hand with that thing?
I think it might be more beneficial for you to be in the other building, honestly. I think we'll be fine.
Famous last words.
Once we get the first shot off, we're basically going to run. I don't think we have enough time to reload it and fire it again.
All right. Good luck. And he climbs down. Yeah. You see him hustle across the bridge, and disappear into the other building. I'll just pull him off the map here for a bit. You wait. You wait. Just the whip of the wind is all you hear for long minutes. Eventually you hear a roar far away. And the whistle of great wings cutting through the air. Then you hear it from far off to the other side, far to the west. A minute passes. You hear it from the south. Just a great echoing roar that bounces through the valleys below, echoing off canyon walls. A rumble as some high up ice and snow breaks loose off the mountain peak, off to the west above you, and tumbles down the far side of the slope. The rumble settles. Silence again. Who is keeping an eye out?
I assume we all are at this point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah,
especially Mr.
why don't you
Boys.
all throw a perception check in?
Son of a biscuit.
Goral's looking down at the ground.
Hope I don't see it.
I'm so bored.
Guys, I checked under my foot and he's definitely not there.
So bad.
Just looking straight up, looked into the sun.
So guys, have you seen this kind of snowflake before?
Maybe checking in his backpack for a sandwich instead.
Probably can't see through his fogged up glasses.
Wow. Rogar, out of the corner of
Shit.
your eye, low down, you see something. Movement. Down here. Like, totally unexpected. The only reason you happen to catch it is just as you were turning, you kind of look to the other rooftops to where your friends were, and you see the whip of a white tail disappear. Down low, ground level.
Mm-hmm.
Linelia, you hear it. You don't see it, but you hear the quiet crack of claws on stone. It's not in the air. It's behind you, below you, somewhere to the southwest on the map. The sound falls away and it gets very, very quiet.
When me and Noro were loading it, do you think we would have like tested to see how heavy it was and like how difficult it is to turn?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
How loud is it to turn the ballista?
I would say you guys could make a athletics check. Both of you could make individual checks, or one of you could assist the other. Let's have one assist the other, and we'll treat it like a stealth check.
Okay.
It's
Go for
basically,
it.
how quietly can you lift and muscle this thing around to point it in a specific direction without making a bunch of noise. So the faster and higher you lift it and turn it, yeah, it'd be like a, I mean, a modified roll. It'd be like a strength plus stealth, but
I can roll unless you want to do it. I'll take that as a I will roll.
He's busy memeing in the chat.
Oh, you want me to roll?
If you want.
No, you have higher.
Okay, then I'll roll.
I think you're higher by 1 or 2 points. So
So assist and it'll be advantage, right?
you're right. Yay! Yeah, you're better than me
All right.
on that check too.
And if I saw roughly like where its tail was, I would just point the ballista over at the other building.
You saw the tail over in this direction, and it disappeared sort of behind the building. And you imagine it's somewhere over on, on this side. On the
Right.
west side of the building. You all wait, holding your breaths, waiting, watching, listening. Linelia, you hear it again. Off in this direction. You wait.
Like to the northwest.
Mm-hmm. Somewhere over here. Just the quiet crack of great claws on stone. Hmm?
Those are windows, right?
These are there's anywhere where you see these these shapes here, these are all windows.
So from where I'm standing, looking like she doesn't want to move over to. Can she see anything if she stays where she is and looks out this window?
You don't see anything at first. but you wait, and shadow passes over these windows. They're partially covered by massive icicles, but you can still see through them well enough to see, light and darkness, and they suddenly go dark as a great shape passes over them. And again, you hear claws on stone, but now much closer, as you realize it is on the rooftop above you.
Okay.
Rogar, you see the dragon's head, massive, pop up over the rooftop. And with your perception check, and versus its perception check, you see it before it sees you. And it gives you a chance to either fire or hide.
I'm just gonna grab Noro and tell him to hide.
Alright, make a stealth
Like,
check.
kind of duck down behind the ballista.
Right. Stealth check.
Oh, please, God. Oh, shit.
Oh no!
How low can you go?
Really not low enough.
Noro, I need you to make a stealth check as well. Unless you just want to stand there and,
I'm awestruck. I'm still on that level 1 that one I rolled down the perception.
And to hide from it, you guys would need to move over to the 4 to 5 foot crenellated wall to the west and crouch down.
Oh,
boy.
Shit.
You see the white dragon ascend to the rooftop, supernaturally quiet. I imagine you would maybe see Lunalia. She's turned around and looking, and you can see her sort of, track the shadow over the windows to you see her look up. As it climbs up onto the rooftop, you guys just for a second see it watching Pierre as the book sort of bobs up and down in the air. But it suddenly snaps around and looks directly at the both of you. As you guys, it catches you in the act of like running over and hunkering down behind the wall right here. And it roars.
Shit.
And launches into the air, and I think that's where we're going to need to roll initiative. But give me just a second to clear the tracker and have at it.
Oh.
Oh, I can't actually select my character.
Do you have the arrow on the distance?
Sure did.
That's what I did too.
And I just realized the folks at home, all, one of them that are watching or whatever, have been looking at the wrong part of the map. Sorry about that. It's a real pain in the butt to have to remember to move the battle map around for 2 different browser windows. There we go. I think that'll cover most of it. Really? Wow. That's an interesting dex modifier.
My initiative rolls are always garbage.
All of your rolls so far have just been under 10. What the fuck?
It was like that last week too.
Well, my offer stands to build you a webcam dice tray. All right, I think we got everybody.
I do have some dice on order.
Louis, you hear the dragon roar from not far above and behind you, as you hear its claws now no longer trying to be quiet, it begins to run across the rooftop. What do you do?
Can I see it?
The rooftop is 20 feet over your head. You'd have to step back quite a way, and the dragon itself is 15 feet tall. So yeah, you'd have to pull back to a little bit further back than there to see it. But yes.
How about, would I be able to see it from here?
Give me a quick second, and I will freehand this out.
I mean, if Peter's up 15 feet up in the air, wouldn't he be able to see it?
Rooftop and the dragon is here.
Hey, that's that car we all drew in like first grade.
You would have to be, well, shit, basically right where you're at.
Perfect.
Nice. How the hell do I delete this garbage?
Yeah.
One line at a time, apparently. Okay.
I will cast.
Dude, perfect sound effects.
Dude, you're welcome.
So good.
Yeah, Dark's running all the audio now.
I will point at him, and out a couple lightning flashes will flash out of Pierre at him, and then instead of hitting him, they will try to wrap around him and hold him to the ground.
Ooh, Earthbind. Earthbind?
Earthbind.
Nice. DC 16 con save as the I think they're like yellow shackles of magical energy, right? Yellow strips of magical energy move around the creature. Yeah. Strength saving through con save. That's weird. Huh. That's an odd discrepancy, but okay.
Oh, it should be a strength save.
Like, does it automatically did it pick the wrong thing when you click the button?
Yeah, I click the button, it says con, but in the spell it says attack save is strength, and then in the text it says target must succeed in a strength saving throw.
Which I think makes more sense. It must be a bug with roll 20.
Roll 20.
Or beyond 20.
Strength check of 16.
I mean, the good news for you is they're the same. So.
Oh
one.
my god.
Oh my god.
You ground the dragon. These shackles of brilliant yellow light wrap around its wings and pin them back as the dragon roars. It tries to shake them loose, but they hold it tight. The dragon is grounded as long as you maintain concentration. Or a minute, whichever comes first. But you'll be dead before then. I mean, it'll be dead before then. Anything else?
So its flying speed is reduced to 0 for the duration, but it's not necessarily held in place or anything.
Correct.
Right? It's the walking speed, running speed, or whatever.
Yep. But I mean that definitely, one of the worst things a dragon can do is stay in the air and use its 80-foot flying speed to close the distance and blast you, or take swipes at you and then fly away again. Rendering the melee half of your party useless in combat. Or grab you, lift you in the air and drop you and then fall kill you. I got a list of things I was gonna do if I had wings, but I don't anymore. So.
Oh well, I am done.
Cool. Scribble, You would have maybe seen Louis step out of sight and heard a spell fire off. You now hear this dragon on the rooftop about 20 feet over your head, roaring like crazy and thrashing around. What do you do?
All right, where would I have to go to be able to see it from where I am?
Well, about the same distance as he is. So if he's 55 feet, yeah, you got it.
What a guess.
Yeah, no kidding. Except I think you're off the roof.
You are off the roof.
Oh, that's not just a snow pile on the roof.
No, that's the ground below.
Oh. There's that better?
Yeah, I didn't want to try and add like a blur effect or anything for the near distance.
I see the little fence now, like where I was. I thought this whole area was rooftop up here for the most part.
It's so all of yeah, like where you're standing, that's the edge of the rooftop, and the area below it is has sort of been, it's all been destroyed.
Okay.
Like there used to be you know, a hallway all the way around the inner wall there. What are you doing?
And I would like to cast a spell at it.
Go nuts. Tasha's Mind Whip. Interesting. Let's do an intelligence save. Oh boy.
Good
Its
choice.
Intelligence is 7. And I rolled on
Oh.
-1. So what does that do besides the 6 psychic damage?
It's second -1 or natural 1 save.
Yeah, well, my digital dice are obviously garbage.
Psychic damage, 3d6, nice.
Can't
But
take a
next turn it
reaction
can
until the end
only
of
do-
its next turn. Move action or bonus action, it gets only one of the 3. Okay.
That's awesome.
You cast it at 4th level?
No, I should have been second level.
It shows
figured-
second level.
Yeah, it just says 2nd level enchantment cast at 4th level. In the description there.
That's the bottom part then, versus at higher levels.
It's the same damage, like the damage never increases.
Yeah, that's I don't understand why it says cast at 4th level. That's strange.
Yeah.
Oh, I might have just clicked on the 4th level to display it.
Oh, okay, yeah. Just make sure it doesn't tick off a 4th level spell. Yeah, is there a visual component to this, or does the dragon just suddenly, you know, react from you know, like a bad brain freeze?
I think it just reacts. It doesn't. I wouldn't think there'd be much visual.
Yeah, so Louis and the others at a distance, you see the dragon thrash around again. It reaches up, it rears up on its hind legs, and reaches up with its you know, great clawed hands, clutching its head for a minute, and then it shakes it off. Rogar.
Gonna rush over to the ballista and I guess take aim, and then hold my action for Noro.
Alrighty. And Noro.
Oh.
Where did you guys anchor the chain to?
Make sure I have it selected. Yeah, here. Just above the door.
I mean,
So it is out of range.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
out of range at this point.
Is it? I guess Noro noticing what he sees. Is it possible that he could shout? I don't know that anybody can hear him, like to draw him in closer.
You absolutely could.
All right, that's pretty much what I'm gonna do, and I'm gonna hold a I'm gonna get my net ready. I'm just kidding.
Uh huh. And your fishing rod?
I'm just kidding.
Yeah, and my fishing rod. God, we'd
Right.
be amazing at fishing, but we haven't had that encounter yet.
I'm just gonna hold it. Just I don't know if hold it.
Probably hold
down.
the action to fire the ballista for if it comes within range. You can
Yeah.
hold that.
You can certainly do that. Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
there's little else you can do at that distance, so you
Right.
can just get ready to shoot it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what's your whichever one of you guys is doing that measurement? Where's the 100-foot line?
Starts from the wall, right where Noro is.
Yeah. So this smokestack here.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
the chimney here. Cool. Okay. That's good to know. That will not affect what the dragon does because he doesn't know that. But
Right.
that's good. So on the dragon's turn, it roars, shakes its wings again. It has to choose between a move, an action, or a bonus action. Let's see. It is going to. It's going to use its frightful presence. The dragon rises up to its full height on its hind legs. Linelia, you hear the crack of stone and ice as its immense weight bears on the ceiling above. The dragon lets out a terrifying, ear-piercing roar. I need Lunalia, Louis, and Scribble to make a wisdom saving throw. Ah, you bastards.
Nice.
Nice.
You steel your resolve against the terrifying roar. Having faced this thing before, having seen it before, knowing you're well prepared for it, and you push the fear from your heart, you are immune to its frightful presence for the next 24 hours. Noro and Rogar, you are not affected because you're out of range. And that is its turn. Lunalia.
Lunalia is going to step just outside the door so that she has a clear shot at the sky above her. And she's going to cast Call Lightning.
Alrighty. What's the radius on Call Lightning?
60 feet.
Okay. And where are you centering it at?
The center of the roof.
Okay. I might have. Really? How do I not have a template for Call Lightning?
Ugh.
I guess because we figured 60 feet is bigger than we really want to do a template for.
60 feet is big.
Yeah. So if we go like here, you're the whole rooftop, the whole map mostly. Cool. Okay. And do you get to fire it on this turn as well, or?
I'm pretty sure. Oh, I guess if I had to see where it was going to strike, I would have stepped out farther.
Hmm.
I still would have cast it for the center of the roof, but I would have made sure that I could hit the dragon within it. And I'm pretty sure 60 feet will do it.
10 feet tall, 60-foot radius. Center of a point, you can see within range directly above you. Yeah, I'm not sure why they specify the height of the storm cloud. That's a little strange.
So that you can't cast it inside a, king's royal chamber.
I suppose, but at the same time, like, they don't specify how high up in the air it is either. So, like, could the dragon fly above it, right? That seems like that'd be equally as important. Anyway, you move out. You do need to be a little bit further out to see it, like parallel with Louis. And all of you see suddenly in the sky above you a shadow falls over the rooftop as a storm cloud swirls together just out of thin air. And as it does, sparks of lightning begin to spiderweb across it, and they pull together into a single solid lightning bolt that flashes down at the dragon. A dexterity saving throw. Dexterity saving throw. No. No, it doesn't. Go ahead and roll your damage. I guess, oh yeah, sorry, it already did.
It already rolled.
And
Sure, these are 20s you're rolling tonight, Poker?
I'm just clicking the button, man. It doesn't feel like it. What's the difference between the 15 and the 3?
I think the 3 is additional if it's stormy.
Got it. Yeah, I don't know why it's adding the damage up either. That's weird. All right, so 15 points of damage to the dragon. As lightning arcs over its body. Anything else for you, or is that it?
I think that's all of my movement.
Then it is
Let me
back
just
to Louis.
double check. Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, back up more. And then pull out one of those wands. And with a flourish that only a librarian can muster, whip it at the dragon and unleash a series of 9 magic missiles at it.
Wow.
Points of damage.
45 points of damage.
Wow.
No.
Alright.
Oh, yep. Yeah, wow.
9 times 5, yeah.
Yep.
I need you to roll a d20. All right, that's good. I think on it's just a 1 where it breaks.
That and I am done.
Scribble. You just watched a cluster of arcane missiles spiral through the air and pepper the dragon. Like at the last minute, this tight spiral of shards flying through the air of arcane energy splits apart and hits it from all sides as it roars. They explode all around it.
Ah, poor little dragon.
Yeah, he's fine.
Is he though? Oh, this rift was small. I'm gonna move over here, and then I'm gonna cast lightning bolt at it.
Okay. Is a
Nice.
dex save. Watch me roll the natural one. Not much better. So he takes the full 29 points of lightning damage as a 5-foot wide beam of lightning shoots out. On Kern's turn, he's still hustling. I will, however... Nope.
Come on, Kern, clump, clump, clump.
Yeah, he hustling. I'll say he makes it to the top of the stairwell there. Rogar.
I guess we're still holding our turns.
I mean, you don't have to, but
Until it moves closer, we can't really do much.
same for you, Nora.
Well, you have a longbow, don't you?
Yeah, but then
The ballista needs both of them. It needs two
Yeah.
actions. It needs two actions to and they're not attack actions either. They're like full actions, right? So it needs two people to. Rogar could do it himself with a
action surge.
action surge.
No, I'll continue holding my action.
And Noro, same for you.
Yes.
Can I just get you to move yourself over to the ballista so it's so we're position accurate? On the dragon's turn, and Scribble, correct me if I'm wrong. Tasha's mind whip is done now, right? It lasts for
A minute.
No, it's not a minute.
It says 1 round.
Oh, 1 round.
Yeah, it only affects. It takes away its reaction until the end of its next turn, and on its next turn, it only gets a movement action or a bonus action, and then it's done.
Yeah,
I
so
was
it's free
thinking of
now.
the other spell.
Just no reaction.
The dragon tries to shake free again from the yellow ethereal binds that have pulled its wings together into like a narrow bunch. Can't, and so it is going to. Is going to run forward here to the edge of the rooftop. Let's see, sorry, what was this one? 10, 15, 20, 20 to 30, 30 to 40, 45. It's gonna right up to here, and it hops down. We said that chimney. So yeah, it's right there. That's that triggers your held action. So if one of you guys wants to make the roll to hit, you could just roll a d20 plus 6.
I can roll the d20 plus 6 if you want to roll the damage, Hummer, if it hits.
Sure.
Whoops!
Yep, that's what you're rolling.
Nope!
Ooh. With a massive whipping sound, the harpoon is loosed, flies through the air. You see the loose coil of chain being pulled along behind it, but perhaps by result of your test shot being an unchained bolt, this one hits the ground. Lunalia, it hits the ground. You hear this impact. And then the sound of steel on ice as this harpoon slides past you on the left, about 10 feet wide, dragging a length of chain. It slides to a stop, just to the right of the dragon. The dragon just looks at it, kicks it aside, and my turn. And looses a massive cone of cold that would hit Lunalia and Louis and nobody else.
Sucks to be you guys.
Yeah, I don't think I have a 6 cone template, but I'm gonna see if I can find one. And while I'm doing that, I need you to make a con save.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, its cold breath is nasty.
Scribbles, you're safe behind that chimney.
And let's see, can I... Just to be accurate, let's make him face the other way.
About to make Louis face the
No, he's
other way.
upside down. No, he's not. So Lou, you take 49 points of cold damage, and Lunalia, you take, oh god, half of that, which is 24. Unless you're resistant to cold, which I don't think you are.
I don't think so.
No, it's just, Noro and Rogar? It's just Rogar. No, it's Noro and Rogar.
Yeah, we're both... Noro and Rogar are both resistant.
And that is its turn.
He is no longer earthbound because I fall unconscious.
Ooh.
Oh, shit.
Shit, one
Is that
shot.
more hit points than you have?
It is. I went from 100% to 0%.
Fuck.
Oh, shit.
My god. Louis!
Hey, Scribble, I found something that's worse than stones.
Well, he's got a higher health pool than me, so
I know he does.
Oh,
Just wait till you realize this thing can also pick up rocks and throw them.
oh no.
That is the dragon's turn. Lunalia, it's your turn.
Bad news, Louis. I did not take Revivify. I don't think. Let me double check.
I'm not dead. I'm just unconscious.
I know.
Yet.
I mean, Scribble can finish him off with a lightning bolt. He's within range.
I misread that and I looked at the dragon's health for a second before I realized who you were talking about. No, he can't. Oh. Actually, wouldn't that just fail one death save? Unless it did more than 43 points of damage.
No, I don't think that's a fail.
No, taking damage, he would fail a death save automatically if he takes damage.
If he takes damage now, yes, he will fail a death save.
2? 1?
He will fail. Yeah, 2. It auto crits if you're down.
Yep.
Okay, if I move to go over there and touch you to heal you, I'm gonna take damage.
Mm-hmm.
If I try and run away from the dragon, I am going to take damage.
Hit it in the nose.
I am going to move... Oh, this is so stupid. I'm going to move directly underneath it, and... I will cast Blight
There's
at
no
4th level.
There's no mechanical reason to enter its space.
I just don't want it to Frost Breath me again, so I'm moving out of the way.
Doesn't work like that.
Well, fine, I'll move to the side around it then. I don't want to leave its melee.
Yeah, I mean there's nowhere you can move and stay in melee range with it where it can't just turn and hit you anyway, and you can't end your turn occupying its space.
Okay, then I'll move over here. I just don't want it to hit me and Louis again.
Gotcha. Yeah, like you could certainly, run underneath it, and pop up on the far side. It's a fairly large creature, right? You can run under,
Yeah, you know what? I'll do that.
yeah, you could
Yeah,
run
and so she'll
dive under
cast
its
Blight.
legs and pop up on the other side. Blight, and that is a con save. Hmm. Hey, I finally got a
Whoa.
good roll. So it takes.
God damn it.
Oh,
It takes half of
no.
that, though, right?
Takes half.
That's pretty powerful for a druid.
Yeah, Blight's crazy awesome.
Wow.
I'm pretty sure that's your highest level spell slot, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
There's a dark wave of energy that ripples over the dragon right as its golden shackles that hold its wings together shatter as Louis falls. Lunalia runs, slides between its legs, pops up on the other side, and holds up her hands, shouts something. There's a dark ripple of energy that surrounds the dragon, and then those of you who can see it, you see its form seems to wither before your eyes. As it's almost like an invisible hand crumples it a little bit. It kind of pops back a little, but it does take some damage. You can see some of its scales have cracked and darkened. It looks like it's aged 100 years in a short period of time, and it is beginning to look injured.
Oh my god.
Louis, I need you to make a death saving throw. Nice.
One plus.
Scribble.
Going to use my bonus action to throw a hound in front of it.
Nice.
Like right here.
Yeah. Oh, you got it. And then I will try again to cast Mind Whip on it.
Remind me again, its own initiative, or it goes after you?
Its own initiative.
Do you want to roll, or are you okay with the 12 I rolled for it?
12 is fine.
I think it's a 14. I think it's got +2 dex.
I'll find the stat block.
It's in the same spot, but yeah. In the
Yeah, it is
initial
+2. So now a DC 15 didn't save for it.
Target has disadvantage on saving throws against any spell you cast. Yeah. Okay, so you summon the hound as a bonus action. You cast Tasha's Mind Whip again. Intelligence save is probably not going to be great. Not great.
Not great.
So it immediately takes 11 points of psychic damage as it roars in pain, whipping its head around side to side. Yeah. Is that it for you?
Yeah, that's it.
Kern reaches the top of the steps and makes a oh boy. he is going to have to make a acrobatics check to keep from falling prone, which he makes, surprisingly. However,
Nice.
5, so that's 10, 20, 30 feet is as far as he can get. You hear Kern slip on the ice behind you, but keep his feet under him, and he looks and can only see you and the dragon. And you hear his voice behind you. Oh, shit. And he's going to cast... how does Lunalia look?
Like she got frosted in the face.
Okay. Yeah, so he sees you icicles, frost and icicles hanging off your cloak, and yeah, let's see. I'm just looking at his spells here.
I mean, if she heard him come up behind, she'd just quickly say, "Louis gonna need our help."
Yeah, he can't do anything from here. You know what he's gonna do? He's gonna do this. He's going to use the he's gonna take the dash action. That's 10 feet, 15, 20, 25, and he's going to engage the dragon with his mace shining brilliantly. But that's kind of all he can do, and it is to Rogar. The two of you guys can load and aim, and Rogar, if you burned an action surge, you could fire again, or you could do something else.
I don't know. I don't know if that's a smart idea or if we should just run for the dragon.
Well, I'll tell you this. The other thing you could do, given your tactical knowledge, you just saw the shackles clearly binding its wings together shatter when Louis fell. And so you know it could easily reach you if it wanted to now. If you wanted to get its attention, you could.
I'm just going to turn to Noro. What do you think? Do we fire it again? Do we bring it over here?
It already injured. I think we need to get to Louis. Because if we fire it again, we're already here. Screw it.
We're firing again? Okay.
Yeah, didn't do it.
Shit, okay. There's no way of us retrieving, like, because the chain is here, like, attached to there's no way of, like, retrieving it and then
You could spend
launching.
some time hauling it back. Like, it's just the harpoon is just laying on the rooftop there at its max range, right? So you'd have to pull 100 feet of chain back to you to get it back, which you can do. But I'd say, the two of you guys hustling, you could do it in a turn and be ready to fire again next turn if you blew your action surge. Or you could just throw a crossbow or a ballista bolt in and go. Or you could, draw your bow and pop it with your bow and maybe a goading strike or something like that.
Let's just use another ballista bolt for now. So I'll use action surge to try and speed that up. I'll load and aim.
Do it.
We're attacking? Or
You're doing whatever you want to do. If you can, this turn if you burn an action surge.
yeah, I said I'm gonna load and aim.
Yeah.
Was I not keyed up for that?
I heard load and aim.
No, you were.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I
It
thought
was
you were
just
gonna.
silence.
I thought you were gonna roll dice.
Yep, to hit.
Well, but isn't that needs to be the third action, which is Noro's then? To fire, right? If you're just loading and aiming, that's 2 actions.
And then Noro would fire it.
Oh,
Well,
I
I mean, it's a sum total of 3. I'm not particular on who pulls the trigger. I just want somebody to roll dice.
I'll
Yeah, go for it. Go for it.
okay. Come on. That still probably doesn't hit.
Unfortunately, a 16 is just shy. Its AC is 17.
Oh, it's so
Oh,
close.
it's heartbreaking. I so badly want the ballista to work. This time, the bolt flies through the air. It's true to its mark. The dragon sees it coming and just lashes out at it, batting it out of the way at the last second. It does put a gash in its side, but it doesn't. It seems to be just a superficial wound. Houndville Omen.
The most exciting turn in the game.
And a 16 does not hit.
It's done.
Alrighty. On the dragon's turn, because it is mind whipped, it has to choose an action, a bonus action, or a movement. Well, it's kind of right where it wants to be. Oh, I need to roll a d6 to see if it gets its dragon breath back too. It turns around and well, this is interesting. It turns around and Lunalia, it's about to bite at you. It sees Kern. You. And it tries to bite him. Let's see.
Oh, shoot.
I believe that hits. Kern has a AC of the fuck 14. Kern lost,
He lost
his
the shield.
Lost the shield.
Yeah, that's right. He lost his shield, and I actually removed it from his character sheet. Well then, my special boy is going to take some damage here, as he takes 20 points of piercing and 5 points of cold damage from the bite. Kern cries out as the dragon just bites into him and thrashes him around. Drops him in a crumple, and then attacks Kern again with a claw. Attack, and Lunalia with another claw attack for 23 points. Now the rolls are coming.
No.
So that last one is to me for 11.
That last one is to you for 11. And that is its turn. And it's to you, Linelia.
Well, now I really can't move.
Oh yeah, it's he's got his reaction back.
Well, it says to the end of its next turn.
Yeah, this was its next turn.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Um, how big is a 30-foot radius from me?
30 feet from you, so
Oh, it's not from me. It's just a. Okay. I'm going to cast. I'm going to use the Staff of Healing to cast Mass Cure Wounds.
and that targets a point, and it's a 30-foot radius around that point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I will center it here, so that I can get me, Louis, and Kern.
You hear that scribble? Not the hound. She didn't like the hound.
Well, I could get the hound too.
It's full life.
Yeah.
It's about to bite some dragon ass.
I don't think it can be healed either. It only has temporary hit points. I mean, 12
was a
is
shit
enough
roll.
to get people up. Kern wasn't. Ooh, not minus 12, you dingus. Plus 12. Kern wasn't down. It's just for dramatic effect, like the dragon grabbed him in its mouth and shook him around.
I thought it bit him.
Well, it did. It bit him and it shook him around and dropped him in a heap, but he's not. He wasn't down. He was just badly injured.
Yeah, he was just injured. He needed
Yeah.
healing. Okay, so that's my action.
I imagine Louis just pops back up. Bonjour!
I'll be back.
That's all she can do. You know what? No, she's going to heal the 12 hit points first. She's gonna move. She'll risk the attack of opportunity, but that means that nobody else should get his reaction.
I need you to make a acrobatics check when you set foot on the ice.
Okay. Oh no.
Oh no, LeProne! So you would get 10 feet, fall prone, and then have to spend 15 feet standing back up, which means you could only move another 5 feet.
So where is there no ice? It's just where inside the yellow.
It's inside the yellow, and then in like a 5-foot strip all the way around the edges.
Oh, I see it.
The room inside is completely covered in ice. And the dragon lashes out at you with a. Yeah, he'll just swipe at you with a. Actually, you know what? He's gonna bite you. For total of 17 points of damage.
It's a good thing I healed.
Yeah. Its teeth shred into your cloak as you turn to run. And his reach on his bite's 10 feet, so I imagine you get a few steps before his teeth close around your shoulder and dig into your back. You manage to wriggle loose from his toothy maw and get a few more feet, slipping on the way and getting back up. Louis, suddenly your eyes shoot open. Your chest swells with radiant healing energy. You're warmed for a sudden bit before the cold of the environment around you sets back in. What do you do?
That's fucking sucked. I will smash a healing potion as a bonus action, right?
Just eating the entire thing, glass and all.
The crunch is how you know it works.
Just just smash it into my forehead. The glass will cut me enough that it will get into my blood. It'll be fine.
You take a point of damage and then heal 7.
So then that was bonus move. I'll stand from prone with a 25-foot movement. I think that takes 15. So then I will move back 10 feet. That's as far as I can move. How high did the dragon's cone go as it was enveloping me? Do I have any idea? It went like 60 feet up as well.
You know what? I'm gonna finish what I was talking about doing earlier, which is to go grab a 60-foot cone template, and that'll actually tell us how high it was. Oh boy.
Did you learn nothing watching Critical Role? We know that the cone goes up too.
The hell
Yeah,
is an illusory-
I guess my
illusory-
question is, all right, because of the way that this wall is right here, if I was up on this roof and he breathed again, would that give me any protection or no?
No, totally good question. The third dimension is not something that's often considered. I'm trying to find a cone that fits. Okay, cool. Cone of Cold will work. That's a 60-foot cone. So let me just import this guy.
Cone of Cold will work for Cone of Cold spell.
That's not a cone of cold.
I thought you said Cone of Cold whenever you cast it.
Yeah, it is exactly a cone of cold. It's cold breath. Okay.
It is a cone of cold, but it is not a cone of cold.
Yeah, he gets it. Okay, this is supposed to be a 13 by 14, so now I have to expand. These are kind of a pain in the ass to use. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
I mean,
6.
My question is the height, and then what, if he is now 5 or 10 feet away from a 20-foot high wall, right? So let's say that I'm here. Let's say that I'm there. Is that is this cone completely is the trajectory of it changed by the fact that there's a wall in front of it? I don't know how it is there a cover from that in some way? Well, either way, you know what? Forget it for the moment. I don't think it's not going to change anything, I guess.
Yeah, so at your distance, the cone would be 5, 10, 15, 20. It'd be about 20. You'd have to be 25 to 30 feet off the ground for it to not hit you.
Right, but I'm talking about. All right, so I'm there. I'm talking about if I'm here, right? Then there's a
Look up-
wall in
up
front
on
of
the
me.
rooftop.
Right.
You-
On ground level, is it still affecting things from the rooftop, or does that wall that's in front of it block that trajectory?
Yeah, partially. Yeah, partially. I mean, his head's not ground level either, right? it's 10 to 15 feet off the ground.
But
Give you advantage on the save?
Either way, I'm casting Earthbind again.
Cool. That is a strength. And
Now it's right.
weird.
Strength saving, or a DC of 16. Sorry.
And that's right too in the grand scheme of things, because of course it is. Again, the magical shackles pull his wings back as the dragon roars. Not again! Ah! And his head whips around and he sees you. Anything else, or I guess that's action, bonus action.
Yeah, that's it.
Monsieur Oiseau.
This poor fucking dragon. Alright. I am going to cast Blight on myself.
What the hell?
What?
You're about to freaking go Super Saiyan, aren't you?
He's about to dip.
Yeah, I am about to dip. And so I can move 60 feet. I'm going to move over here. And then yell for Noro and Rogar to meet me on the bridge.
Huh. Okay.
That'll be my action.
Are you remaining in sight, or are you like ducking down behind the wall?
Ducking down behind the wall.
Okay.
Oh, I didn't realize you weren't on the roof.
No, I just flew down to the bridge.
Yeah, he just flew over there and dipped down behind the wall.
Oh, he flew. I thought you said cast Blight on myself. I'm like,
No,
what?
fly.
No, it's cool. He's all shadowy, so it actually makes him stronger when he does it. You should try it. You should totally try it, dude.
But Kenku can't fly.
Alrighty. It is Kern's turn. Oh boy. Oh boy. Guess I'll fucking die.
I guess I'll fuck myself.
Yeah, you know what? He is going to, right from where he's at. No, you know what? He's going to move around to here. And he is as a. Oh, does he not have it? He doesn't have it.
Fucking Kern don't have shit. Why did we bring him?
Because he knew where the dragon was?
Fair enough.
Yeah. He's gonna cast, fuck's sake. What's this one do? He's gonna cast Mass Healing Word as a bonus action. Yeah. Lunalia, Louis both get 4 hit points back, as does Kern.
Wow.
And then, as a... Is there a way where he can get to... Nope. Well, he's gonna get to. Yeah, no, that's he's gonna attack it with his action. Because that's all he can do. There we go. Yeah, 19 hits for 8 points of bludgeoning damage as he swings Lightbringer. The mace impacts, there's a flash of light. The dragon recoils from the hit, taking a lovely 8 points of damage. Good job, Kern. Rogar.
I'm gonna, I guess, run down to the bridge. Yeah, I'll run over to the edge of the roof and jump off.
Alrighty, it's 20 feet down. Normally you would take 2d6 damage. Since you initiated the jump and it's not a fall, I will let you make a acrobatics check to try and have the damage and not land prone.
Okay, so it's gonna be a +0. Knowing my rolls, yep, that's par for the course.
Prone. Hey, Louis, tell me if that feels right or not. Like, normally falling damage, it's just you fall and you fall prone and there's no... But if you jump, can you not roll with it?
If it's a deliberate jump, then I mean, yeah, I think you probably can. But I think in acrobatics, because like jumping is more about athletics, right? A jump is a athletics check.
Well, the
Like-
jump is, but the
Well, so
landing is like you're rolling to reduce the damage. I guess either one is fine.
Yeah,
if
if you're falling, I would say it would have to be acrobatics, right? Because that's you reacting. But if you're jumping deliberately, it makes sense that you're planning for it and, landing athletic. If
Right.
yeah,
And there's got to be a limit too. Like I can't imagine you can really soften a blow from anything more than like 20 feet either.
yeah. And I guess I would say the athletics check would be more to land, but maybe wouldn't mitigate the damage as much. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean it's 2d6, right? What do you guys feel is fair? You take the full damage, but you don't land prone, or you don't land prone and you have the damage.
I
I'd
would
say
say-
acrobat.
Go ahead.
I'd say acrobatics would be to mitigate the falling prone and half the damage. Athletics is just to land, and you take the full damage.
Okay. I'm thinking the DC can be like, it goes up by 5 for every 10 feet. So that, 10 feet, it's a DC of 10. At, 20 feet, it's a DC of 15. And, 30 feet, it becomes 20. I don't know, maybe even every 5 feet. I'll figure something out. I'll do some reading and figure it out. Let's do fall damage of 20 feet. 10 points of bludgeoning.
Okay. And I will use my 20 remaining feet, if I can, to run the rest of the bridge.
If you're not gonna hold an action, I mean you can move further.
Oh, yeah, I guess that's true. I'll
Or you can
make
take
it
the dash
scribble down.
action.
No, I'll use the dash action to make it a scribble.
Noro, you just saw Rogar jump off the roof.
I am going to ballerina-like jump over the wall, swan dive, and parkour land this mug and take no damage to land perfect.
Right.
Just kidding. Just gonna roll athletics, take damage.
He's gonna land on his head to make sure that nothing important is injured.
I need my muscles. Ouch.
You also take 10 points of bludgeoning damage, And at 20 feet, that's not enough. You do fall prone and have to use half your movement to get back up.
And I kind of like under my breath, Rogar, show off.
Now you can move another 30 feet or whatever your movement is if you don't plan on taking an action this turn.
Yeah, you should come over to me if you can.
Scribble, I'm assuming you're floating like 15 feet off the ground, like your feet are about
Yeah.
15 feet off the ground, and you're just kind of peeking up over the wall.
Yeah.
Okay, yep. Well, what I'll do is
Oh,
Come to me,
I-
Noro.
sorry, Louis. Kern did not move over there. I moved him there to see if he could get within 30 feet of both of you at the same time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. and-
But why the fuck did you do that? God damn it.
No, he's not that stupid. He knows this thing's got the cone breath. That's why he moved back into that corner there. But then he was going to try and get you both and then step back.
Poker, I'd like to click my heels on my boot of speed. Can I still do that even though I jump down?
Yeah. What is it? A bonus action to activate it, or?
Well, it's a yes bonus action to activate
Yeah.
them, and if you do, the boots double your speed, walking speed, and also any creature that makes an opportunity attack against you has a disadvantage. Okay, yeah. So I'll click my heels, and after being embarrassed, falling prone. Okay. Pretty sure that allows me to make it all the way to here.
Oh yeah. Alrighty. The Hound.
Another super exciting turn.
Natural 20. So what is that? 2d6 plus 3. So I'll give him the same homebrew rules we use, which is max dice. So instead of a crit of 6, that's a crit of 12. So 9 plus 12 is 20. Is it, oh god, 21. 21 points of damage as the Hound's teeth sink in. Dragon is looking quite hurt. And a strength save from the dragon. Size difference? Dragon's 2 sizes larger.
It's a medium, so it'd only be one size, right?
Give me a sec here.
It's like 3x3.
I am incorrect. It's
Large two.
it's a large dragon. So yeah, that's a strength save of 24.
Get that out of the way.
On the dragon's turn. Let's see.
Did he shrink, or we just had the wrong size?
I created the token at the wrong size. It should have been the large. He's right in between. He fills the space, and his tail and wings spread out greater than 10 feet. But what this dragon is a interpolated stats between a young and an adult. Because you guys are kind of in between those challenge ratings, so I just linearized everything between the two. And this is where we ended up. But one of them is large and the other one is huge, and so there isn't an in-between. I guess I made the stat block at large, and I made the token at huge. So, on his turn, he is going to look around, see if his cold breath comes back. It does. He turns around to the Hound and looks past it to Louis. hardly even an appetizer. But still, can't wait to see how you taste frozen. And he unleashes his cold breath in your direction.
Night.
Sorry, dude, it's kind of what he does.
Nope.
Oh. Oh.
All the threes.
That was a save would have been survivable too. Oh jeez.
He is no
Oh,
longer earthbound.
The shackles on his wings break. Is that immediate or is it the end of his turn?
I mean, I go down.
Yeah. So if the shackles break,
Yeah.
His wings suddenly flare out. The golden chains around them shattering into motes of light that shimmer and disappear in the air. He roars triumphantly and beats his wings rising into the air. He is going to... Ooh. He is going to fly up in the air. He doesn't have any actions left. Well,
Bitch.
he's gonna fly up in the air and head this direction. I guess that's 80 feet. That is his fly speed. Heads this direction, looking for the others, the ones he first spotted. Leaving Kern and Linelli behind. Kern makes an opportunity attack with his mace.
Can the dog as well?
The dog gets an opportunity attack as well. Kern's misses, unfortunately. He gets a little busy ducking out of the way of the dragon's tail whipping around and misses.
Dog misses as well.
Alright, the other three see a dark shape fly overhead as the dragon about, 20 feet, I'd say about 40 feet up from you, soars over your heads. Lunalia.
Well, I really thought that I had taken Earthbind, but I have been scouring my list, double, triple checking, and I just do not have it. So,
My next dragon's gonna have a little wizard riding on its back casting counter spells at you guys. That's all I got. Earthbind is crazy. But it's perfect for fighting a dragon.
Louis the real MVP here. Punching
Actually, my
bag.
next dragon will probably have legendary resistances, so, you know.
because she lost her Call Lightning when she took all the damage, she is going to cast it again.
Forgot about that.
Because there is nobody else near that she can buff. Oh, wait. 30 feet. Nope, she's going to cast Call Lightning.
Need to move outside.
Yeah, I'll move just around the corner here.
Where are you putting it at? Right there? Okay.
Hang on. Yeah, that'll hit him.
So, like right there? Oh,
Sh-
shit.
Yeah. That, I think, is too far away. Yeah, that's good. That should hit him, right?
Okay. Yep.
Yep, so she'll cast it there.
Dex save. Of course it isn't. The dragon flying overhead, the three of you guys down on the bridge or floating up above it, see the dragon soar overhead, and there's a flash and a crack as a bolt of lightning strikes it, passes through it, hits the bridge, and sort of scatters into spider webs that arc over the bridge. The dragon takes 18 points of damage. And you can see smoke trailing off of it as it screams in pain, twists around in the air.
She's just going to duck back inside. And as a bonus action, she's going to down a potion.
Okay, Louis, I need you to make a death save. Ooh, that's a rough potion.
Ooh.
That's
Ooh.
2 failures.
Yeah, it's 2 failures. Shit.
Why is that 2? Oh, because
Guess it's a
one.
critical failure.
Right.
Critical failure. Scribble.
Yeah.
How high is the dragon?
40 feet off the bridge deck, 15, 20 feet above your head.
Oh, okay. Well, I am going to land, and then I am going to cast Fly at the 4th level on Noro and Rogar.
Oh,
Awesome.
And then I'm going to duck inside around the corner.
Good call.
Oh, amazing.
Oh shit.
On Kern's turn, he's got you, Louis. I hope. He's gonna start by moving 30 feet. And then because he can't get to you, he is going to he's gonna cast Healing Word. Let's see, I have for spell slots left. What does he have for health left? You know what? He's gonna cast Life Transference. You gain 36 hit points.
Wow.
Does your
And he
Do the
takes
death-
18 points of necrotic damage.
do the death saves reset every time you're brought back above 0?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they do. It'd be pretty rough
Okay.
if they didn't reset on
Yeah, they
death.
do.
Be pretty rough if they don't read.
And that is, I think that's going to be Kern's turn. I'm just going to check and see if he's got a bonus action. As an action, as an action. No, that's right. It's only healing word that he can do as a bonus action. All right, that is his turn. And Rogar.
Your
Well,
fly
since I can
speed is
fly,
60 speed.
Yeah, you can fly right up to the dragon.
I'm going to use a bonus action and down the special treat that I made me, Noro, and Kern for 3 additional health. Oh boy.
Every bit counts.
And then, yeah, I'll fly up to him and start whacking on him.
You gonna like jump on him, land on him, or like attack him while you're flying?
I'm going to swing by him and attack him while flying. For fuck's sakes, or I'm not going to hit at all.
No.
There we go.
A
Nice.
natural 1 and a natural 20 back to back. That's insane.
The one that hits will be with goading.
Cool. Roll your d8.
So the D8 would be doubled too, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah. So.
Okay.
And it's actually max dice. The 29 hits. Obviously, this is one-handed or two-handed. I imagine.
One-handed.
Okay. So. 9 and then max dice would be 8. So 9 and 8 is 17 plus 3 and 8, which is 11, is 26.
Since it's a crit, does the Dragon Slayer passive also go max dice?
Yeah.
It should be all of the dice that so it
So
includes
it's-
smite, it includes sneak attack. Yep, it includes all
It's,
that.
yeah, like the only thing that wouldn't be doubled is if like you coated the blade in poison or something, right? And it's a different. It's like the poison isn't based on the attack roll; it's based on like a DC save.
So it's 2 d8s and then 3 d6. So that's
And hang on, that roll there doesn't include the dragon damage, does it?
I don't think so.
No, it doesn't.
That's the dragon damage.
Yeah.
So
shit.
in total, it's
So I'm at 28 without that, and then add 13, and then add 18.
I mean, I keep
59.
trying to add, but
59 total.
Yeah, that's what I get, but my math might be wrong. It's 9 plus 3 plus 13 for the non-crit damage, and then it's a d8, a d8, and 3d6. So 8, 8, and 18.
so
59.
34 from max dice then.
Yeah, so 59 total.
Cool.
Holy hell.
You cut deep into the dragon. As the sword bites into it, there's a brilliant silver flash of light, and you feel the resistance just disappear. It's like cutting through thin air. The blade passes through the dragon's scales, just bursting off of it as you carve through it. A rain of blood pours down on the stones below. You hear it splash and spatter. The dragon twists around in midair. You caught up with it mid-flight, zooming forward to carve into its side. As the blade pulls away, you see cleanly cut ribs, innards, organs, what you think is, a lung that you've carved deeply into, and the dragon is just there's blood pouring out of it. It's screaming, but it is still alive, just
Damn,
barely.
Nice.
It also has to make a DC 16 Wiz saving throw.
Oh yeah, wisdom. No.
Cool. It has disadvantage on all attack rolls against targets other than me.
Wow.
And if that's your turn, it is to Noro.
I just throw my hands in the air. I'm like, going home, boys.
Oh, you guys got this. I'm gonna take off.
Going home. I quit this life.
Just fly up and touch it. Be like, boop.
Pretty much.
Yeah, get up there and
Did my part.
get up there and steal the kill, yo.
Okay, so I'll fly as well, and from behind, I guess
Yeah.
try to jump and dive into it, thrust my axe into its back.
Would this be with a flanking bonus?
Oh,
Will it do range?
Sorry, say again.
flanking bonus?
Yeah, if you're on the direct opposite side of the enemy from me, I'm pretty sure you get advantage on your attack rolls.
Yeah, no, I'll totally allow it.
All right.
It's considered an optional rule, but we've used it before in this campaign. So yeah.
Well, I do want to point that Noro's never flew before.
So
So
you see what he did and just kind of wanting to do the same, you kind of go flying after him, arms flailing.
well, before that, it's more like, what the fuck's happening? And then he rages because he's freaking out. He's never been in the situation, and he thinks somebody else is doing it, not knowing that the Kinker can do it. So he rages. So that's the bonus action. He's gonna rage.
Okay.
He's flying with pure anger alone.
And then seeing, yep, right, what Rogar did. Now he's like, oh, friends over there attacking that. Okay, going. And he's gonna jump in with Soul Drinker. Oh, got a 20. Okay. Why am I getting 2 hits?
Is one because of
Well,
rage?
it's
Is one?
It's
Oh,
one-handed or two-handed?
Yeah,
Okay.
The 14.
Yeah.
It's
So,
two-handed.
actually, yeah, are you wielding it two-handed?
Yeah, sorry. Wielding two-handed, and I'm gonna do the necrotic damage.
And you take the 8 yourself as well.
Yes.
All right, so that's a total of 24 points of damage. Some of it necrotic. It doesn't matter. It's neither resistant nor vulnerable to either. So it just takes them all. As Soul Drinker cuts deep. Rogar, you might see sort of, around the dragon's form, Noro hacking into it, and there is just a dark energy, like a dark cloud of shadowy essence that draws down Noro's arms into the axe and buffets the strike. The dragon gasps as you cut into it, flails about in the air. And that is... It is still... Oh, no. Not what I intended to do. Minus 24. The blow is not quite enough to kill it, but the dragon gasps and sputters, its wings fluttering around it. It dips a few feet below you, and manages to beat its wings once and pull itself back up to level with you, but it is almost done.
Next attack, then.
Oh shit, he's got 2.
Now I'm gonna throw my net on him.
Jesus.
Could somebody please take it away from him? He's just gonna hurt himself.
Just throw your bar of soap at it.
Dang it!
Remember, you do have advantage because you're flanking.
Right. He would have had it on both.
Yep, sorry. Much better.
So, Noro, why don't you tell us how you finished this dragon off, because it was at 3 hit points.
Oh, damn. Okay. Well, I was actually aiming for the back, I guess you could say, like, the spine area. But, yeah, I cleave, like, right into there, just trying to go deep as I can. And also not really all too familiar if it would come back to life or not. So he's trying to make sure it's dead. Yeah, that sound right there.
The blade bites deep. Are you using the necrotic energy again, or?
Yes, because he's still he's unsure. Like, he thinks it's not enough.
As
So
you pump your life essence into the blade, it strikes true. The shadow energy following the blade into the wound, and as it does, the dragon's head reels back. Its mouth snaps open as if to roar, but there is nothing but just a gurgle. It falls out of the sky, leaving the two of you floating in air, watching it fall. It lands on the bridge, and when it hits the bridge, there is a great crack. And a motorcycle in the distance, apparently. Suddenly, kobolds riding motorcycles come rolling up. The dragon hits the bridge, there's a massive crack, a crunch, and then slowly more cracks spread across the bridge. The bridge shatters after a few seconds under the dragon's weight and the impact of its hit, and plummets into the small canyon below, falling another about 40 feet. There's a burst of white as it hits the ground with the dragon's corpse on top of it. Snow flies up in the air and rains down again on it. And the dragon's blood begins to stain the snow around it as it spreads.
I do want to point out that Noro's still freaking out that he's flying. And I don't know if you guys can ever remember riding a bike for the first time and not knowing how to stop, so you aim for something to make you stop. So Noro's doing the same thing, like trying to make it to the nearest wall so he could just like hang on. Despite what has just been explained, he's trying to make his way. Like, I don't know, I'm thinking about this wall here.
Mm-hmm.
He's just trying to make it there so he could just get on ground.
Is he like swimming through the air to it, and he
Yeah.
like grabs onto it, and his feet are sort of floating up behind him and kind of space
Right.
manning it?
Right, exactly. Trying
Yeah.
to figure out what just happened.
Where'd Scribble go? Is he? He's inside.
He's inside.
I got it.
Yeah.
Scribble, you feel the sense of your hound of ill omen dissipating in the distance, and you know the dragon to be dead. Rogar, as you look around, you see a handful of kobolds that have come out of hidden burrows in the cliffside. It looked like they had found or tunneled their way around the door that was barred by coming out this way, and were possibly going to scale the cliffs to find another way up to you. They have all stopped, some of them hanging off the cliffside, some of them standing in the snow below, and they're all staring up at you in awe.
Where are they?
Around here.
Ah.
Like they've come out of the, either freshly dug or existing sort of burrow holes in the cliffside.
Right.
All around here.
And they're all looking up at me?
Yeah. They're all looking up at the silver white dragonborn flying in midair who just felled the dragon. You see spears and weapons in their hands, just their arms slack at their sides. Some of them have dropped their weapons on the ground. Some of them jaws agape, just staring at the spectacle they just watched. You see a couple of arms and legs sticking out from under the rubble of the fallen bridge. It probably collapsed on a handful of them.
Rogar will... not necessarily in like an intimidating way, but more of like a, I guess, victorious kind of way. He's going to aim straight up with his breath weapon and just let out I guess his own dragon roar.
As you do that, you know what? Make an intimidation or persuasion check with advantage. Your choice. Performance would also work. Whatever you like best.
They're all going to be the same. That's fuck it, intimidation.
Fantastic.
Nice.
This growing group of kobolds, it's now about 20 strong, that have poured out of these burrow holes. They see this spectacle, and you hear a collective gasp and a ooh from all of them as they all start sort of backing away into their tunnels. A couple of them stay out to watch you, but yeah, that's exactly what I was going for. A couple of them stay out to watch, but the rest of them sort of back into their tunnels until there's just one left. And he looks up at you, picks up his spear off the ground, taps the butt of the spear on the ground twice, and gives you kind of a salute. Holds up a hand with 3 clawed fingers out in sort of a salute.
He'll, I guess, hit his sword against his shield and, I guess, do the same thing.
his eyes go wide, and a big grin spreads across his face, and he skitters away into the tunnel. They found a new god.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Now Rogar needs to figure out how to land.
Somebody get me
imagine
down.
I imagine he saw Scribble kind of like floating and was able to control himself, but Rogar was more just jumped in one straight line. And now he doesn't know how to land.
Well, there's also no bridge to land on, so Nora,
Right.
I imagine Nora would have, as the bridge was cracking and crumbling, would have stepped inside. And we actually probably don't really need the map so much for this anymore. There is a storm cloud that still exists overhead, crackling, brimming with electric energy. What are the rest of you doing? Kern leans heavily against the wall, just breathes hard, looks over at Louis. You need some armor, man.
She's looking for the injured to gather up. How injured is Scribble?
I didn't get hit.
I didn't think so. And the big boys are okay?
Yeah, the only damage we took was jumping off onto the bridge.
Okay. So she's going to...
Yeah, the only damage anybody took was me getting frosted in the face twice.
That's why Louis MVP.
So she's going to help Louis up and sort of limp over to Kern because she's in rough shape too. And she will do another round of mass cure wounds.
I am okay for now if you need to conserve your healing.
No, it's fine. It'll just use the charges for the day.
I gotta go back and figure out what Kern cast because it didn't mark any of the spell slots off. We did a
Mass healing, and then he did that life transference.
yeah, I think yep, both third level. There we go. Yeah, it's weird.
So the three of us will get 15 points. Which puts me back over half.
And Kern will also he looks at he walks over to Louis and just puts his hand on your shoulder and just kind of shakes you a little bit like he's rattling you to see if there's anything still loose. He kind of looks you up and down. You're good. And he walks over to Lunalia and casts a first level cure wounds. A second level cure wounds. Get another 18 back.
Nice. She's going to make her way downstairs and out to the remnants of the bridge. The whole bridge collapsed?
The majority of it, yeah. There's 5 to 10 feet on either side.
Better get to work mending this bridge so we can get home.
I mean, with some effort, you can, when you go to leave, you can just climb down the cliff wall, right? There are places where you can like go over to like here and climb down a little ways, climb down.
Yeah, here it looks like if you go this way, you can climb down. There's a little bit of a landing. And
How far down is it?
It's like a good 40 feet or so down to here.
Man, that cone was lethal.
Yeah.
So Rogar's going to try and lower himself down to the dragon.
Yep, that's what Lunalia is doing.
Yeah, Lunalia climbs down, and Rogar, you kind of will yourself to descend, and it's the spell seemed to work better when you weren't really trying, when you were just like, I want to go there, and or like you jumped and you just ended up at the dragon. Now that you're kind of thinking about it, you feel a little more like Noro, like, ooh, how do I do this? But you do start lowering, and your feet eventually touch the ground. The dragon is dead.
Yeah, Lunalia is going to get to work skinning it.
Well, I think I don't know. There's not a whole lot in the official rules about what parts you get off a dragon and how much they are, and the kind of rolls it would take to harvest them. But the good news is it's cold here, so you don't have to worry too much about preservation in this environment. But getting stuff back home might be a little bit different deal.
I mean, she's really only after the scales. She's after the dragon hide.
Yeah.
And she's got a lot of experience skinning animals.
I was kind of thinking we could pack it in here and
Yep.
and just wrap up at the beginning of the session next week with a what are you looking to get from it? Make a couple rolls, walk away with some bits and bobs, and go thaw out your loots. There is a large amount of coin. I think I posted 750 gold worth of gems and 2,700 gold in various currencies scattered throughout the ice. But it would take a inordinate amount of time to thaw it all out. That's the type of thing you could, if you guys said, well, we'll spend a few days and burn a few spell slots and melt the ice, you got some money if you're not in a hurry to get anywhere. And we don't have to RP that. We can literally just say that it happened and on to the next thing. So maybe things to think about for next session are, what do you want to wrap up here? How long are you willing to spend doing it? And where do you want to go next? Because the where do you want to go next helps me plan. Is there any conversation you guys want to have while we're still here in this moment?
No, I don't particularly.
No, not that I can think of. I mean, there's something that Rogar wants to do, but it's more of just dumb flavor stuff.
Do you want to wait till next week, or are you feeling it right now?
Well, that depends. Are we leveling?
I think we are.
Woohoo!
Then yeah, Rogar will get the dragon's liver, and he's gonna make dragon breath chili.
Oh.
Wow.
Interesting.
Awesome.
I had to look up what the WoW recipe thing was.
Oh. Dragon breath chili. I remember that.
That's an old school recipe, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Like vanilla.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Mystery meat.
Mystery.
Well, I mean, I don't think Rogar's ever eaten dragon before, but he knows that livers are generally hardy. And considering the beating that a couple of members got, he figures out probably be pretty good.
Yeah, I'd say while you guys are inspecting this dragon's remains, and Lunalia, you're starting to get ready to skin it, and Rogar's carving in to find something to cook to celebrate. You notice Kern sort of sliding awkwardly down the one of the less steep points on the cliffside. He just comes over to the remains of the dragon and looks at whoever's gathered around, just nods. Kicks the dragon's side, goes over and finds a rock and just sits down on it and stares at the dragon for a while. Silently, doesn't say anything. Rogar, he looks up at you once, and you catch eyes with him, and you can see there's tears in his eyes. He manages a bit of a smile and just nods at you. That's it. Well, welcome to level 8. Big thing at this level, I think, is the decision to either take another feat or spend grab ability score increase for a couple points of abilities. So fun thing to think about.
Can we roll hit dice together?
We sure can. If anybody's thinking about multi-classing, totally cool with it. If you need some help with it, let me know. Or if you want to, I'd like to know if you're thinking about multi-classing so that I can work it into the story. You know, we can talk about a little bit of, I can just mention some things that'll make it feel a little bit more believable. As well as if you're thinking about multi-classing now, but there's some story elements you want to work in over the next few sessions, that's also cool. So let me know what you're thinking if you're thinking like that. It's always nice to weave it into the story so it makes sense. If
I can't remember what to roll.
You hit die. Yeah, you could actually just roll like a short rest hit die and take that as your roll. But when you add it, you just add the dice values.
Sorry, I add what?
When you're doing it in D&D Beyond, just go to rolled hit points and add in whatever the number that you rolled, not any pluses, just the number that you rolled. It should automatically calculate your Constitution bonus.
I'm gonna end the stream. Oh god, yeah, re-roll that. Thanks anybody for watching, and have a great week.
Jesus.